Everybody. Welcome to tonight's study session of the Boulder City Council. I'm Councilmember Matt Benjamin, and thank you for joining us. First, I just want to welcome back all the students and parents throughout our community from K-12 to college. And it's really important that we offer them a safe and successful year ahead. And it's those students who are indeed our future generations from which we strive to pay it forward. So many of the conversations we're going to be talking about tonight are indeed an attempt to pay it forward for those generations. So welcome back to school, and thank you guys and everybody in our community. So we have an action-packed agenda tonight. We have 3 items. Our first item will be discussing community broadband. The second will be an airport community conversation update. And our third will be a continuation of that conversation and update with regards to minimum wage. But before we get into our work items, I'd like to outline sort of really how the meeting will be conducted. We'll generally look at reviewing staff's presentations, and then that'll be a time for questions when they follow. And remember, to my colleagues, we'll want to make sure that we provide staff with good, solid, clear feedback so they go away with this knowing exactly what we're trying to do. And then poor Nuria, our city manager, doesn't have to go back and review footage from eons ago in order to clarify what we did or did not say. We respect her time, so we will do good and better going forward on that front. And speaking of our city manager, before we get into our items, we'll introduce our city manager, Nuria Rivera-Vandermeide, to introduce our first item. Take it away.
Thank you so much, council member, and I so appreciate clarity. We do have 3 meaty items today to talk about, and I'll send it to Mike Giansanti to kick us off, but I'll say that this last airport conversation came to you all last January, and you sent staff back with some questions and a request for some further analysis. And the team, I will say, led by Mike, and as always, Jennifer Douglas is leading the department. They have done phenomenal work, really doing heavy analysis. So Mike, I defer to you.
Thank you, Nuria and Councilmember Benjamin, and good evening, Council. Mike Giansanti, Deputy Chief Innovation and Technology Officer. I'm really excited to be here with you this afternoon and share the research and analysis that staff has completed this year per your guidance at our January study session on the matter. So before I begin, I do want to remind Council that the intent of tonight's study session is not to make a decision on a path forward, but rather provide staff with any feedback on additional information that you might need before a public hearing and decision on our recommended path forward. As Councilmember Benjamin pointed out, I also kindly ask that you hold questions until we run through the materials, which should take about 20 minutes, maybe 25. I just read an article that people from Massachusetts are among the fastest talkers in the nation. So I'm going to try to slow it down and stretch it here to 25, but 20-25, which will leave us 2/3 of our time for discussion and Q&A. So we can bring
Mike,
up the
can you make sure to
slides.
teach your colleagues, Mike, on how to fast talk, and we would march through these things. No, we need a lesson in that too. So never mind. You go ahead.
Can we bring up, oh, here they come. Thank you, Emily. And we can move into the next slide. And just some quick introductions on the call this evening. We have Chief Financial Officer Cara Skinner, who will assist me in the presentation. Chief Innovation and Technology Officer Jennifer Douglas is on the line. Assistant City Attorney Andy Frohart and City Attorney Teresa Tate are here to help answer questions. Also here to help answer questions are consultants who we have partnered with over the course of the last 8 months to inform our work, including Tim Scott, who is an independent contractor and broadband industry expert, Kevin Williams and Ernest Perez from our research partners at BBC Research, and David Talbot and Matt DeHaven from our cost and financially modeling partners at CTC Energy. Next slide, please. So again, tonight's purpose is to share the outcomes of our research and analysis, answer your questions related to the matter, and ask what additional information you need to decide on a path forward for community broadband at a future public hearing. Next slide. So with all that in mind, I'd like to begin by regrounding us in the community broadband project's intended outcome and objectives. These were first developed in 2017 and reaffirmed at our study session earlier this year. The ultimate goal or outcome of this work is really to achieve affordable, high-speed, fiber-based broadband internet access for the entire community. How we achieve that goal can take many forms, and making that decision requires careful consideration of the elements of cost, risk, level of city control, time to market, and of course, how likely we are to achieve these 6 objectives. Citywide access, creating a more competitive marketplace, having services that are equitable and inclusive, having infrastructure and a business model that are future-oriented, having internet delivery for the entire community that remains net neutral and places the highest regard on consumer privacy. Next slide. So with those objectives in mind, in 2018, Council took a major step towards our intended outcome and invested $20 million in a fiber backbone. The fiber backbone is about 65 miles of fiber. This is infrastructure that is physically in the ground. Construction on that backbone will be completed here at the end of the calendar year. That backbone runs along the major transportation corridors of the city. Think of it as the interstates of the fiber network that can carry massive capacities of data. This is completely city-owned infrastructure, and we expect that to remain the case regardless of our path forward. The intent of making that investment in 2018, and council members who are here then, please feel free to add your perspective, but largely it was to put the city in an advantageous position with some existing fiber assets so that at a later time, a future council could make a more informed decision on whether additional city investment and or partnership with a private organization to complete the network build and actually deliver fiber-based internet services to the community. So I want to come back to this graphic on the left-hand side of the slide here, and I want to be very clear about what the backbone is and what it isn't. If we carry that transportation analogy through, I mentioned that we own the backbone. It is like the interstates. The question before this council in 2023 is who builds the interstate off-ramps, the main roads, the side roads, the driveways, and then ultimately who drives the car, who provides service along the network. So while the internet highways or our backbone is absolutely critical for the network to be viable, it alone does not provide our constituents with internet service. For that, we require additional investment, and that's what this conversation tonight and this entire year has been about, whether that investment is from the city or from other sources, both to build the network and serve the network all the way to homes and businesses across the city. The other question highlighted here on this slide, which I will allude back to when discussing the benefits and challenges of each potential path forward, is how is the rest of the network physically constructed? It's an important question because it has huge impacts on the prevalence of traffic disruption, our so-called cone zones, if you will. It has a huge impact on the long-term road surface conditions, and it has obviously a huge impact on the overall cost and time to market of our internet services that we would be trying to provide over that network. So the point in bringing this up now is definitely not to deep dive into this topic tonight. Happy to answer questions on it, but we want to be transparent that this will have an impact in the nuances later on whatever broad path is chosen by council. Next slide, please. So we've broken, before we move into this section, I just want to highlight we've broken the presentation into 2 major sections. Well, I guess 3. There was that intro part I just did, and now there'll be 2 major sections. The first here is a summary of the extensive research that we completed at Council's request since January. This research included a robust look at internet accessibility in the city today, a statistically valid resident survey, small business focus groups, a request for information process that solicited input on market appetite for a private partnership with the city, a revamp of our municipal internet utility cost analysis and financing options, engagement with community connectors and residents, feedback on Be Heard Boulder, numerous discussions with our 2 incumbent internet providers, Comcast and CenturyLink, and discussions with stakeholders from the city's 5 manufactured home communities. The second section of this presentation, or I guess the third, will provide staff analysis of the 3 potential paths forward that consider all of this research in a decision framework that considers the elements that I mentioned earlier: cost, control, time to market, risk, and the ability to achieve our objectives. So next slide, please. So at the January study session, we had a lot of discussion about access to high-speed internet in the city. What we've learned through a detailed analysis of FCC data and discussions with several property owners here in the city is that over 99% of households in the city of Boulder have access to wired broadband, which should be celebrated. This is really great and well above the state average. The wired broadband threshold is the state and industry benchmark for, quote, internet accessibility. So while there are wireless options pervasive throughout the city, we really look at wired internet to the home. All of these properties have access via Comcast Xfinity. And remember, Comcast has a cable franchise agreement with the city that requires them to run cable infrastructure to nearly all the homes in the city. And this is the same infrastructure that they provide internet services over. So while there is no internet franchise agreement, our constituents benefit from having Comcast infrastructure running to their homes to access internet services as well. Additionally, on the right side of the screen here, Lumen, under the brand name CenturyLink, provides fiber-based internet services to about 36% of Boulder premises. This is mostly concentrated in South Boulder, University Hill, and downtown and just north of downtown. This means that homes here in CenturyLink's coverage area actually have a choice between CenturyLink and Comcast because there is overlap in those zones. It also means that the 64% of Boulder households that are not in CenturyLink's coverage map have no choice when receiving wired internet access. Comcast is their only option. And then for the 0.5%, this is about 200 or 250 residences that are currently unserved by wired internet. Our research found that all of these premises are located on a single manufactured home community property. We've spoken to both the property owner and to Comcast to understand possibilities of closing that gap as soon as possible. Unfortunately, I don't have an update on that for you tonight, but I hope to soon. So all of this is to say that it is really important to frame the discussion that we're having tonight, not around access to internet, as that is largely not an issue in the city, with, of course, that one exception that I just mentioned that we believe can be remedied outside of this larger discussion. Instead, tonight, we really must focus on access to future-oriented fiber-based internet, which, of course, according to this data, only 36% of homes have access today. And most importantly, we must focus on the affordability of internet and consumer choice in their internet provider. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we solicited a lot of feedback from the community over the last 8 months. We did this via statistically valid survey, business focus groups, through discussions with community connectors, manufactured home community members, and other stakeholders throughout the community. A few highlights of that engagement are here on this slide. As I mentioned, we have Kevin and Ernest from BBC Research on the line to answer any specific questions that council might have related to the statistically valid resident survey or the business focus groups. I do want to highlight the Affordable Connectivity Program. The ACP is a federal program that provides up to $30 a month towards internet to those at 200% or below the federal poverty line. Luckily, both of our incumbent providers, Comcast and CenturyLink, are participants in this program, and both offer a service for those who are income qualified at $30 a month, which effectively makes service free to those households. There are about 250 households, or 5.3% of our households here in Boulder, that are currently leveraging ACP funding. Also outlined here on this slide, on the whole, most households are willing to pay between $60 and $80 for home internet today. About 53% are actually satisfied with their current service, which means 47% are not. Most did cite reliability, speed, and cost as major challenges, and those three elements are also the three drivers on how folks are making internet buying decisions. Lastly here, as I mentioned before, the provider decisions alluded to in that former bullet are really currently only limited to the 36% of households who have service provided from both incumbent providers. And so this lack of choice was echoed not only by residents in the survey, but it was also spoken very loudly at our business focus groups with small and medium-sized businesses in town. Next slide, please. So this past spring, we also issued a request for information to understand market interest in a partnership with the city. We were curious to understand market interest in operating an internet service on city-owned infrastructure and or operating an internet service on mostly privately owned infrastructure. We received information packets from 8 different organizations, and from our analysis of those responses, there were essentially 3 core partnership models that emerged as potentially viable for us. Basically, all 3 models have the partner operating the internet service, as they would bring the economies of scale operationally and the deep expertise in how to run operations. The differences in each of the models were based on the level of city ownership in the infrastructure. So sort of model A, or partnership A here, represents full city ownership in all of the infrastructure. B has some shared ownership, and C has full partner ownership, of course, with the exception of our backbone. So for the purposes of our analysis later on in the presentation here, we've essentially combined partnership A and B here, and we've termed that a proper public-private partnership. This is where the city has some level of financial involvement in the full network build. And then we term model C here as a right-of-way agreement and a backbone lease. So the idea here of this third type of partnership is that the city, again, retains ownership of the backbone. We charge lease fees and or we negotiate other policy objectives. And in exchange, the potential partner or partners receive non-exclusive use of the backbone and non-exclusive right-of-way agreements so that they can bring private capital and build that middle and last mile infrastructure. So we'll come back to more on the pros and cons of these models in the analysis section. We can move on to the next slide. Again, over the summer, we partnered with another consulting firm, CTC Energy and Technology, and they came back to the city to update their municipal internet utility costing model and financial projections that they originally developed for Boulder back in 2018. So just to be clear, this is for the situation not with a partner involved, but where the city owns and operates its full internet utility. So this is the Longmont, Loveland, Fort Collins model that many of you are familiar with. I have on the line here tonight, again, David Talbot and Matt DeHaven from CTC. They are able to answer questions you might have about the cost estimates and the financial modeling that we're about to walk through. The cost projections here in 2023 were much more informed than those in 2018. They considered specific information that we now have on specifics of our economy and our geology here in the city of Boulder, because we've actually been out and we've been constructing fiber conduit in our backbone. And so we now have a much better understanding of the level of rock in our soil that we learned through the build of our backbone, and we included those assumptions in the new modeling. We also consider the nearly 25% base inflation that we've seen since 2018. And they also considered a major resource crunch and cost increases related to the materials and labor in this broadband space since the massive federal funding programs for broadband opened a couple of years ago. Our cost estimate, as shown here on the slide, in 2023 dollars is $218 million. This is about $100 million more than what the estimate was in 2018, again, for those reasons I just stated. Then, when we consider inflation during a 5-year build period, cash flow shortfalls during construction, and financing fees, based on CTC's analysis, we would require $268 million of debt to complete the build. I do want to note that there is a slight difference between what is here and what was in the memo a couple weeks ago. We have had further discussions with bond counsel, financial advisors, and CTC, and that has resulted in solidifying some of the financing assumptions. Probably most importantly, that we would not need to fund a debt service reserve fund from debt proceeds, and so that resulted in the decreased projected total cost of finance that you see here from what was in the memo. It does have a small impact into the annual subsidy that you'll see here on the next slide that is required to make the model work, but it absolutely does not materially change any of the risks that we're about to talk through or any of the key takeaways presented in the memo. We can move on to the next slide, please. So here we look at financial projections. These projections assume a 40% take rate, which means that 40% of the homes in the projected service area that we build out will actually buy the service that the city offers. We assume that it will take 6 years to achieve that level. That is just based on standard industry practice. And you'll see, because of that, you'll see these projections in the graph on the slide here begin in 2031. We've assumed a retail price of $70, which is right in the middle of the acceptable range indicated in the community survey. And we also included a $30 product for those that are income qualified to be in line with ACP regulations and being competitive with incumbent providers in that space. We've also assumed a 5% interest rate on a 25-year bond for the $268 million that I just mentioned. And we made a long list of assumptions based on industry standards and what we know about our city operations around standing up the business to run an internet utility. It would include creating a whole new city department with dozens of headcount. They would operate everything from sales and marketing to field maintenance and customer service, all the way to administration. So the graph on the slide here, we'll kind of walk through one of these bars. We'll start just looking at 2031 here. The green bar represents revenue in that given year. Operating expense, debt service, and the other expenses are shown here in red. And then the black bar for each year represents the shortfall between cash inflow and cash outflow. This means that for the length of the debt service, there would be a required subsidy from the general fund to bridge that gap so that we stay financially solvent. And the average annual subsidy would be $14 million. And it ranges between 12 and in the low 20s. Excuse me, and it would accumulate to about $295 million of subsidy over the term of the bond. So we're going to move on to the next slide, and I am going to turn it over to Cara Skinner, our Chief Financial Officer, to speak in more detail about the financial picture and other potential financing options that we do have.
Thanks, Mike, and good evening, Council. Cara Skinner. So given the results of the financial model and the need to potentially raise approximately $270 million in capital and to come up with a funding source to fund the average annual subsidy. We did look at a number of financing options, and you'll see on the left-hand side of this slide, these were options that we explored that we determined really were not viable. I'll go quickly through them. The first, I'm sure you're familiar with communities that were able to leverage their municipal electric utility to fund internet utility, but we are not familiar with, nor are our advisors, communities that were able to leverage their water or wastewater utility, even though we contemplated that. And frankly, the city's water utilities have substantial capital needs and a need to issue debt for those projects. Next, we considered an option of whether the general fund could initially issue some debt to fund the construction of the internet system. And then when the internet utility was up and running and operational, possibly it could support its own debt issue and then refund the general fund on its debt issue. However, given the results of the financial model, there is not sufficient revenues based upon the projections to cover both operations and maintenance and debt service. And so as we showed, this would require a subsidy. Enterprises can't have a subsidy from the general fund more than 10%, so we will not be able to form an enterprise fund for this operation. And then last, we did consider whether we could issue certificates of participation. And to do that, you need to pledge assets. And frankly, the city does not have assets sufficient to generate nearly $278 million. So that was not an option. So last, we are left with the only real potentially viable option. And I say potentially viable and just want to say it is very challenging, is the city could issue some general fund or general obligation bonds to finance the construction of the utility. This path, based upon current projections of the budget that Mark Wolf shared with the Financial Strategy Committee, and then we shared with all council last week in a question and answer session last week at council. Based upon current projections, we are really forecasting that in the time frame from 2025 to 2029 of only having an additional average $500,000 of additional general fund budget to go toward ongoing needs. So frankly, there is not anticipated additional revenue to cover some new service or subsidy such as this in the near future. So given that, in order to fund the debt service and the subsidy needed, we would need to either reprioritize general fund programs and services to the tune of approximately $14 million, or we could ask voters for a new increment of tax. And we also did put in there because it could be a combination of these two. It could be some reprioritization and some new increment of tax. But we want to emphasize that this is extremely challenging from a budget perspective. And just to give you some context, 14 million is 7.5% of the 2023 general fund budget. So it is not an insubstantial sum when compared to the total. Also, through the 2024 budget process, as I think was also shared by Mark Wolf last week, and you will see more of next month as we roll out the recommended 2024 budget, there were $26 million of budget requests from departments. And those requests were to meet current community needs, program needs. We were only able to accommodate about $3 million of those requests. And just to give you a flavor for some of those requests, they really were for core service needs, maintenance needs, additions to basic needs, affordable housing support, dollars to implement some strategies in some already approved master plans, including the fire master plan and ALS implementation, building maintenance to meet guidelines contained in the facilities master plan. So there are substantial funding needs for existing programs and services and needs identified through various city plans. So we just want to really share that this would be extremely challenging from a budget perspective. And I guess the other thing too that I would just highlight that is shared on this slide is both of these things would require voter approval, the authorization to issue debt, and then if we were to ask voters for a new increment of tax, that would also require voter approval. I would also share that I think that those same budget concerns relate to the potential for a new increment of tax, because I think that the community conversation or the policy decision would be that this need is the highest priority when weighed against those other funding needs. Next slide. So in addition to those budget considerations, we did identify risks and other financing considerations. The risks are outlined on the left-hand side of this slide. The first is, of course, interest rate risk. We did put an assumption into the model on the advice of our municipal advisor of 5%, but certainly interest rates move. And it's always risk that interest rates will move between now and when we might issue debt. There's costs risk. We have a financial model, but there's certainly risk that capital costs could be higher than forecast. There are risks that our operating costs could exceed forecast. There's revenue risk, both in the take rate of 40% that Mike highlighted. It could be less than that, which would impact the subsidy level required. And then there's risk in the price. And while we say we might have control over the price if we operate, there's still competition out there. And so we would have to have a competitive price. And then last, credit risk. And I appreciate many of the questions from Councilmember Wallach with regard to debt and the issuance of debt and the impact to our credit rating and what that impact might have on our other credits that we might need to issue and increased costs. So there is some credit risk associated with this potential model. Last, our financing considerations, we just wanted to highlight for you all, just to give you the context of what is our current outstanding debt. And currently it is there, $256 million. I will note that that does include our debt outstanding for the utilities. And we also have nearly $200 million in voter authorized debt capacity. That's for the CCRS and climate tax primarily. So we are contemplating that we will be needing to or wanting to issue debt in the future for those two programs. And then we are anticipating potentially to issue certificates of participation for Alpine Balsam or some other financing mechanism as we explore that with our facilities team. Again, this next bullet is sort of reiterating the budget considerations that I highlighted on the previous slide, but the other community needs and just this, it is a policy decision or consideration if this is the highest priority need. Regarding revenue sources, I mentioned on the previous slide, we could ask for a new tax or an increment of tax. And really that is either a sales tax or a property tax. So just wanted to share some context and facts here that currently our total sales tax rate is just over 9%. There sort of is a perceived ceiling of 10%. So we're already sort of approaching that. There are very few communities in Colorado that have a total sales tax rate approaching 10% or over 10%. And when I say current total sales tax rate, I want to be clear that that is across all the jurisdictions in the city. So if you make a purchase in the city of Boulder, that is the total sales tax rate that would be attached to your purchase. And it's comprised of both the city's sales tax rate as well as the county, the state, RTD. So the cities is only a portion of that. So we're already sort of approaching this sort of perceived limit. And just for dollars, a 0.1% increase around 4.6 million. I'll note that that's based on a revised 2024 projection that we received just recently. So to generate 14 million would be close to a 0.3% increase. For property tax, 1 mil based upon 2024 projections would generate around $5 million. So it would need nearly 3 mils to generate approximately 14 million, a little under that. And we do currently have a mill levy of 11.648. There is a charter mill levy cap of 13 mils. And there is a charter debt limit. So if we were to go down the property tax route, if that was the direction of council, there are some careful considerations that we would have to make with regard to the tax that we might request and how we would structure the debt and how the interplay might be between that charter mill levy cap and the charter debt limit. So it would be a little bit complex. And then the last point that we just wanted to really highlight is that if we did go down this route of a municipal internet utility, given the financial projections, that the total cost would include not only the cost of the internet service to those who subscribe, but the community members would also be paying through a tax. And next slide. With that, I'm handing it back to Mike.
Thanks, Cara. So we'll wrap the presentation portion of this 90 minutes by outlining the 3 potential paths forward for council to consider. Again, not for decision tonight, but for you to consider for a future public hearing. Number 1 is establishing the municipal internet utility. Number 2 is to create a public-private partnership. And number 3 is to execute a backbone lease and right-of-way agreement with a new internet service provider for Boulder. Next slide. So why would we build a municipal internet utility? Well, we're really fortunate to have three great examples. And Mark, thank you for the questions on Hotline the other night about our envy of Longmont and Loveland and Fort Collins, who we're quite jealous of, and their ability to execute on this model and execute really well on this model. All three of these cities have reaped the benefits of control, both during construction and now operationally. Also, all three of those cities, as is true with our projections, plan to ultimately be cash flow positive. The main difference, though, between those three cities and Boulder is the cost to build. Of those three cities, the most recent build is in Fort Collins. And in Fort Collins, their build cost about $1,900 per premise. Our estimates from CTC are at $3,700 per premise, almost double. There are two big reasons for this difference. Number one, all three of these cities already own their electric utilities, which provided, in most cases, over 50% of the needed conduit to run fiber, which means less digging and lower cost. And number two, they executed in the 2010s. They were lucky. They bonded, they bought materials and executed contracts before massive inflation that we've seen since the pandemic, and before the major federal investments in broadband that I mentioned earlier that have caused this huge crunch in labor and material resources in this sector. So all that to say, and based on what Kara just illustrated, we have a number of challenges to consider here. Number one, of course, again, as Kara just said, are the financial risks. We will absolutely need to find a way to pay $14 million on average annual subsidy for upwards of 25 years. There's also unprecedented risk, in addition to the risk that Kara outlined, and that is that, with the exception of recreation services, this is the first time that the City of Boulder will venture into a service marketplace that has incumbent competition. Both of these incumbents are major national players in the space. They have a lot of power and a lot of leverage. We also stare at a very long time to market. We would need voter approval to issue the debt, potentially to approve a tax increment. And then we would go through a lengthy design process and need to secure major contracts with construction and project management firms. Lastly, I also must highlight the fact that while entering the market as a third provider will absolutely move our competitive market objective forward, we also must balance that with our need to stay financially solvent. And in other words here, it's conflicting to want to drive lower market prices through competition while also maintaining the revenues that we will need to not require an even higher subsidy from the general fund. Next slide, please. So the so-called middle option, if you will, creating a formal public-private partnership, this would require the city to bring some level of capital to the table. By bringing capital, we realize proportional increases in potential benefits. However, I don't want to oversell these, right? The value of control and, of course, the financial returns post-debt service are limited by the stake that we have in the equity of the assets. The full benefits that we reap in the municipal internet utility model of controlling price to consumer or the priority on the sequence of the build really only comes with majority ownership, which of course create many of the same financial risks detailed in the municipal internet utility model. This model has a similar but likely a little shorter time to market, since the city would still require time to go to voters for bonding authority and potential tax increase, but the private partner would likely bring some of the economies of scale of standing up the operations and some of the contractor issues that I outlined for the municipal model. I'll also mention here that partner financial involvement will require the city to use a combination of construction techniques, the ones that I outlined at the top of the presentation, which do present a potential challenge that we will need to work through during negotiations with a potential partner. Again, not a factor, not a major factor in deciding tonight or deciding at a future public hearing around one of these three broad options, but if we involve a partner and their capital in any way and the partner stands firm on construction methods, we will have to make a potential change in the design and construction standard for our right-of-way, which would of course be brought before council before that would be made. Next slide, please. So lastly is the idea of creating a non-exclusive backbone lease and right-of-way agreement with a third party to bring both operational expertise and private capital to Boulder. There is very strong market interest in this model. We're seeing variations of this model used all over the country, including several municipalities right here on the Front Range. It represents the lowest risk option for the city, both in terms of this deal and any potential future deals that the city would want to make, whether that is a deal with another private party or investment from the city itself. In other terms, it represents the most flexible option for potential future action on top of what we're doing at this time. It monetizes the backbone asset through lease payments, and it is by far the fastest time to market, as a third party would already have the economies of scale in their operations and existing construction contracts, which I mentioned for the last model as well. While this model scores really well on most attributes, as you can see here, the one it does not is on control. For this particular type of deal, the city's level of control would be minimized to what we can negotiate for and or what we can do indirectly with revenues from backbone lease payments. The model largely achieves the 6 objectives not by city control or direct government intervention, but rather harnessing the power of greater price competition, consumer choice, and the incentives of that third party to grow their market share to see a return on their capital investment in the city. So in short, this model has very little downside to the city. It brings private investment to further future-proof our internet infrastructure. It leverages the investment the city has already made in our backbone. It allows for competitive market forces in an already private marketplace to improve price and service to our constituents. And it leaves the door open for additional future action if it falls short in any of our objectives. It by no means represents a government subsidy to a private sector company, or does it seek to favor any particular private entity, whether incumbent or not. It simply opens the door for private investment, again, from incumbents or otherwise, and to bring their expertise to the city and help us address some of these challenges of consumer choice and price uncertainty and service levels. So all that said, any of the proposed paths that Cara and I have presented here, they could be done with the right amount of money, the prioritization, and the right amount of time. They could be done. Staff also believes that all 3 of these models have a good likelihood of achieving council's objectives for community broadband. And I do want to just state before I close here that I am a Boulder resident myself. I fall into that 64% without choice. Like 90+% of my fellow Boulderites, according to our community survey, I want to see the city take action. I would absolutely love for the city to offer a city-run internet service, but in my role here, it's my duty with all of you to be objective and present all of these options available that we believe are viable, and do it in a way that demonstrates fiscal responsibility. So I as well as my colleagues who have presented here and are available for questions, see a path that can greatly move the needle on our objectives. We can create ubiquitous fiber-based affordable internet, and we can do it in a very cost-effective manner for the city, and we can leave future city council with even more choice if needed. So lastly, before we go into discussion and questions, and we can take the slides down, I just want to reiterate that our question to council tonight is not to choose one of these options, but rather ask the question, what additional information do you need before voting at a future public hearing on a potential proposed motion to authorize the city manager to begin negotiations on a backbone lease and right-of-way agreement? With that, I will pause and turn it back to you, Matt.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you, Cara, for delivering that. I know just it's easy to dive into the weeds on a subject of this complexity, and so thank you guys for taking that dive on our behalf and presenting some really good information. It'd be good to also welcome our colleague Lauren in. I know she joined a little bit before we got started, so thanks for joining us. Appreciate that, and I appreciate also the fact that we got the question in chat. So if you need to reference the question, it's there in chat. So let's open it up to questions. Let's maybe go focus more on some of that additional questions. If there are comments on kind of how maybe we're having a little bit of feelings about some of these options. It's helpful. Obviously, we're not going to vote, but that's okay to sort of express how you're feeling a little bit now that we have some greater detail than we did previously. So I see Bob, Aaron, and Nicole. Go for it, Bob.
Thanks, man. I just have a handful of questions that really to clarify some of the things that Tara and Mike just talked about. One of my questions is related to the take rate, the 40% take rate. Is that a take rate for, I think I heard you say, Mike, it was limited to residential. Is there an assumption on take rate for businesses?
It was assumed to be the same.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
and how does it, I'm sure as you look at the other three cities up to our north who have run these successful networks, what kind of take rate experiences have they had?
Longmont and Loveland are in the 30%, Loveland and Fort Collins are in the 30% range, and Longmont is around 60%.
Are those other cities that are in the 30% range, is that because their networks are relatively newer than Longmont? In other words, they're at 30, but they may eventually grow to 40, 50, 60?
They have hopes to do so, yeah, it's exactly that reason. Yeah.
So Longmont's the most mature network right now.
That's right.
Among those three.
Yeah. Okay,
and they're 60%. Did you guys do kind of a sensitivity model? I know that you talked about a 14% annual subsidy average at a 40% take rate. Did you do a sensitivity model to see what that would look like at 50 or 60%? That's something closer to what Longmont is actually experiencing?
We did. I don't have the table up in front of me. I provided them in the hotline response to Mark's question. I can pull them up here and respond in a couple minutes. Unless, Kara, you have it up in front of you. Maybe, Bob, go to your next question, and I will pull it up in the meantime.
Sure. My next question along those lines, and I've got a couple, two, three other on. They're maybe a little bit more technical.
Bob, hold on. It looked like Kara was about to answer your question, but I think I saw her mouth move, but it was muted. So maybe she can give you the answer to your previous question.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot to unmute. He did provide it in that hotline, and just for example, at 50% steady state take rate, the average shortfall is 10.4 million.
And did you run it at 60% take rate like Longmont has?
I don't have the 60%.
Okay.
But I think it implies there will still be a shortfall.
Right. Is it relatively linear? In other words, because the expense is the expense, so that stays the same. So if it goes from 14 to 10 point something at 50%, presumably goes down to 7 or 8 at 60%. Is that a fair assumption, Kara?
I might look to our modelers who might be on the call. Because I do think there's probably some O&M that goes up with additional
right.
subscribers. So
that's probably right. Yeah, I forgot about that, the expense side.
David or Matt, would you like to comment on that?
Sure. I mean, we can certainly run it. We don't have. We did do. What if the take rate is lower than 40 or higher? And 50% was one of those we did include in our report. We'd have to go run the model to get it to 60. I'm sorry, we wouldn't be able to do that right on the spot, but we could get that out tomorrow.
Okay. I would add that too. I know you guys keep a running list of maybe follow-up requests. I'd ask for that if you could do that in a follow-up.
Certainly.
One more pricing question, then I have a couple of technical questions, and I'll yield to my colleagues. You assumed a price point of $70, which sounds about right to me, and I think that's probably consistent with what our sister cities to the north are doing. Since you ran this model out from an expense standpoint and a bond debt service standpoint for 25 years, did you adjust that price point based on CPI also, or did you assume it was going to be $70 for the next 25 years?
There's a 3% inflation factor on the ARPU, which is the average revenue per user. So yeah, we do have a 3%.
I figured you probably did that, so I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah,
Thanks.
It's in there.
Just a couple of technical questions, which are probably for the experts. I think, did you, in the overall build cost of $214 million or whatever it was, is loaded into that the drop or lateral costs? In other words, are you assuming that this is the network plus laterals into subscribing business or subscribing residents and businesses?
It does, yeah. It includes the lateral and subscriber drop connections at the take rate specified. So as you increase that take rate, those particular costs go up as well, right? That's a variable take rate.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I assume that. And I also noticed that you included CPE, customer premises equipment, in your overall assumption, again, at the take rate. Is that right?
Exactly. Correct.
One question, just kind of a kind of a marketing question. Oftentimes, aren't those NRCs, the non-recurring costs like CPE and laterals, aren't they often absorbed by the subscriber either as a one-time fee or if they want to finance it through higher pricing, they pay that? In other words, don't you have RRCs and NRCs usually picked up by the customer?
The non-recurring costs are frequently offset, generally not fully covered. You will typically find something like a $50 activation charge. You probably experienced that type of thing in the past. That certainly doesn't cover the cost of the subscriber drop or the CPE in its entirety. And in a lot of cases, those are waived, particularly when promotional deals are involved. So our model does not incorporate that as an upfront revenue stream.
Okay. I'm familiar with businesses. Businesses usually pay the NRC.
Right. It's particularly enterprise customers, right? That's very typical in the small business and the residential market. That's less the case.
Got it. Okay, good. That's helpful to know.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of continue on that line. What is Longmont doing with laterals and CPEs? Do we know?
Bob, I'd have to go back and ask them that specific question. I can do that.
Okay, that's it. Again, a follow-up question maybe for your next memo.
Yep.
And then my final question, I'll yield to my colleagues. You laid out very nicely options 1, 2, and 3 with staff recommendation for option 3 or the last option. Is that much different than what we're doing now? In other words, aren't we opportunistically leasing conduit space, through IRUs and other things to providers like Comcast and CenturyLink and whoever else comes along? Aren't we already doing that now? And so is option 3 basically continuing what we're already doing?
Tim, would you like to speak in detail on that? You're aware of a few of those.
Yeah. So good evening. We are not actively doing that yet, and one of the primary reasons is because we're not finished construction. Mm-hmm. The backbone fiber, the 432 fibers, was certainly built with the purpose that it could do that. What we have at the moment is we do have active fiber customers, which are some what I would call sort of community anchor institution connections, direct connections, and for public safety. And there's a small number of fibers in use to support those cases on areas of the backbone network that are completed and stable as we finish the last 2 phases at the moment, which is phases 5 and 6. But it can absolutely be built, as you said, or it is absolutely been built with that intent to lease out the backbone.
I got it, Tim. So while we kind of contemplated option 3 back in 2018 when we approved it and IRUing either fiber or conduit, we just haven't gotten to it yet because we're not quite done with the build. Is that right?
Well, 2 things. We're not quite done with the build, and we've never had any sort of discussions about setting like commercial level rates and stuff like that for leasing to the private sector.
And so if council's direction tonight is to further explore option 3, you guys would come back to us with some more information about what that might look like.
I would assume that, yeah. And we have a very rough sort of allocation table of the fiber backbone asset, where about half of that was provisionally allocated for the purpose of leasing potentially to private parties.
Right. Okay. Thanks, Tim. That's all I have. Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, Bob.
Thanks, Bob. It was a fire hose of acronyms. That was fantastic.
Sorry, that was my business. So I'm sorry.
I know that was your sweet spot. You were on a roll. Appreciate that. Nicole, you're up.
All right, thank you. Thanks for the presentation and thanks for all the work that's gone into this. Just have a few questions. And it's fine if these are answers that come back a little bit later. I'm just thinking about, the lease option. If we were to do that, what are we talking about in terms of revenue? What kinds of things might we spend those funds on? And kind of at what stage would we start getting back the investment that we put into building the backbone in the first place? So that was three kind of related questions.
It's a great questions, Nicole. So we can't really speak to what those rates would be right now. Certainly, if we signed a lease agreement with a provider with the intent of them distributing for residential and small, medium-sized business retail internet, we would establish some rate. It would be done through negotiations with them. To Bob's previous question, we would probably also have some generic commercial rate for other leases. It may or may not be similar to that negotiated rate. how we would spend those funds. So Nicole, I guess to that first question, it really depends when we get to the negotiation stage. So I really won't be able to have a specific there. We can have some general idea based on what other communities are doing by the next meeting, for sure.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that would be helpful.
To speak to how we would spend those funds, I wouldn't speak on that. I'd yield to maybe Cara or Nuria or someone else on the line. We certainly could use them to further the objectives of community broadband and increase access through additional investments in the community, or use them as some sort of subsidy for income qualified or otherwise qualified homes or businesses in the community. But certainly we could use that revenue for other city needs as well.
Okay.
And we can certainly look into whatever that may be in the future.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, and I'm not looking for any specifics or anything that, we're writing in stone or anything like that. Just some ideas. What are the possibilities out there? And then kind of another question. I think this isn't going to veer into comment territory, Matt. Keep it as a question. So, part of the problem, as I'm understanding it, with us not being financially viable really to move forward with a completely public option at this point, is that we don't have our own electric utility. And that was a choice, right? Because we kind of had the opportunity there to go in that direction. We chose not to. And so I guess that decision is impacting things now. So what are the things we're kind of not seeing, when we decided to not move forward with our own electric utility? I don't know that this was on our radar as something that it might impact. So I understand you may not have an answer tonight, but what's the last opportunity here? How might this decision have some waves that ripple out a decade or two into the future that we aren't necessarily thinking about right now?
Nicole, let me just clarify that. I want to make sure I understand the question. I don't think we have an answer for you tonight, but are you implying what are we not seeing if we don't municipalize an internet utility? Mm-hmm. Not what are we missing from the decision not to municipalize?
Correct.
Electric, right?
Yes. Yep, correct. Because in the same way that our decision to not municipalize our energy is kind of having some carryover effects on this decision, what might this impact down the road?
We can certainly put some thought into that and have some answers for the next memo.
Thank you. And then one last thing, just thinking about any new technology that's out there on the horizon. I mean, I imagine that this kind of internet provision technology is growing a lot. There's probably new technology in development right now. Is there anything on the horizon that would make building out a public utility cheaper, easier in 10 years, something like that?
I'll start, and then Tim, I'll yield to you. All of our internet options today, whether wired or wireless, are largely driven, especially in urban and suburban areas, are largely driven by the existence of fiber in the ground. In terms of new internet technologies, we hear about satellite type internet. And other non-wired means. Those are largely, at least today in 2023, I had to check my date on what year it was, it's 2023. Those are largely only successful in more rural areas where there's not a higher density of folks trying to use that somewhat limited bandwidth. But Tim, I'll yield to you as sort of our representative of industry expertise here. Anything you would add to that?
Not much to add. I think the key point is that fiber itself is an enabler for a lot of these other technologies that we hear about. So when we hear about 5G type, even cellular type services, they're available and continuing to grow by the fact that actually fiber powers those services. So it's a great start that Boulder has the backbone footprint, because that can obviously facilitate newer technologies. It just then becomes a question of how far does it continue to expand that footprint. Some of the tactical little things we touched on tonight, such as different technologies as to how to put the fiber in the ground, that was called referenced as shallow trenching. They have minor impacts on like a capital budget. But really, most of these newer technologies really are reliant on fiber powering it somewhere in the grid structure.
Okay, thank you. But do they depend on fiber being everywhere, or is it enough just to have kind of the backbone that's in place?
It depends, and a little bit of it depends on, well, a lot of it depends on many things. So, for instance, wireless technologies is often a shared technology as opposed to sort of dedicated bandwidth, which is really what we're talking about with the services that we've been focused on tonight. Powerful wireless services require aerial assets to have the reach. So that presents a whole series of other problems if you don't, again, own poles as an infrastructure. When you talk about your utility there, if you don't own the poles, it's hard to have the aerial assets as infrastructure. You're reliant on maybe rooftops, and then maybe you only own certain rooftops in certain areas. So as I said, it's kind of a combination of thing. And then obviously density has a big impact on where wireless is most effective and where it isn't, as well as environmental stuff conditions as well. So.
All right. Thank you so much. That's all my questions, Matt.
Thanks, Nicole. I see Lauren, Rachel, then Tara, and Bob looks for another bite at the apple.
So, and I understand this is one you might not have an answer for tonight, but I am really interested in understanding more about how the long-term costs of shallow trenching for road quality and maintenance. I have some concerns that digging up our roads might have some big cost burdens in the future. So that's something I would like to understand in more detail before we were to move forward with that. I was wondering, are there examples in other cities of leasing the backbone to multiple private parties for providing internet services? I mean, if one of the things we're interested in is increasing competition, is the backbone able to be used can we create that competition on our backbone?
Yeah, there are several examples of cities, numerous examples of cities all over the country that have made an initial investment like we have in some core infrastructure, and then use that to encourage additional investment from private parties. And in many cases, having them overbuild is sort of the industry term, build on top of each other to try to compete for that same market share in the same areas of different cities. Mesa, Arizona is a really good example of sort of that type of model. And there are numerous others that I'm happy to provide if desired.
Okay, thank you. And then working with the dairy a little bit on their lease, I was just wondering, I know that for building leases, we have a 20-year maximum before there is, we basically can't lease things for more than a certain length of time. It's in our charter, I believe. And so I was wondering how that works, if private companies are building out the laterals, is there any issue there with, can we actually promise more than a 20-year lease to them? And yeah.
Thanks for that question, Lauren. I am going to yield that one to either Andy or Teresa in the attorney's office.
Good evening, Council. Teresa Taylor Tate, City Attorney. Lauren, you're absolutely right that we're restricted on real property leases to 20 years. So I think the question here would be, is it a real property lease or is it some other sort of lease? And we haven't had an opportunity to look into that, but we're happy to do so.
Okay, thank you. And then my next question is sort of back to the cost and service. So in the survey, 93% of residents said that they wanted council action to mitigate cost, customer service, reliability, and lack of choice. And so I'm just wondering, if the city doesn't have control over mid or last mile service, how can we ensure that this asset provides the benefits that we're looking for and doesn't become another Comcast?
Yeah, it's a great question, Lauren. And as I outlined in the presentation, we in that model, we would not have the specific control on price or where we build. We would largely be reliant on market factors of competitive pricing and the potential partner that we bring in and trying to maximize their footprint here in the city to ensure a positive ROI on their investment. So it's a valid point, and our impact would be both through negotiations and potentially indirectly, as I mentioned earlier, using revenues that we generate from a lease agreement.
Okay, thank you. And my final one, is there any way, we sort of looked at the cost as a whole, and is there any way that we could potentially build out the network slower, like potentially look at, section by section and try and get promises of leasing up on areas before we build out to help try and control costs and potentially reduce the debt burden by not, because, we clearly can't build out the entire system all at once anyway.
I'll start, and Tim, I'd look to you again to maybe fill in some gaps here. I will say, Lauren, there are a lot of fixed costs associated with doing this, so it would not be a linear debt amount to footprint area. So I'm curious, Tim, if you are aware of any cities that have sort of taken that approach.
Yeah, I would say some cities have, usually in conjunction with a partner that they've selected, where they agree on some level of sort of co-marketing the initiative to get to indicated take rates before they, to spend the capital dollars to build in that particular area. I don't see it very often, but I am aware of a couple of those examples. And I did want to point out that the backbone lease model, that one of your first questions, is exactly what the city of Centennial did. So just down the road here in Colorado. But I'm going to maybe ask Matt if he's got any other options or ideas around your question specifically for building it more in a sort of phase success model. I know exactly what you're asking. I just can't really think of any off the top of my head. So,
it certainly is possible to phase it in that way. Generally, when it's phased, it's usually the goal with the implementation is to begin revenue generation as soon as possible, right? So you're building out certain elements of the backbone which you already have in place, which is a huge advantage in terms of time to market, and then generally lighting up portions of the total service area in segments, so neighborhood by neighborhood, and you're trying to get to completion one neighborhood at a time, as opposed to turning on a switch and lighting everything. So that is inherent to pretty much every project I've seen, but it's not that is not over an extended period of time. Generally, it artificially extended. It really is tied to what the build out itself takes to do. I don't know if that helps kind of clarify.
Yeah, thank you. That's it for now.
Lauren, I did just want to circle back on your question related to shallow trenching real quick. We would absolutely need to study that cross-functionally in the city between planning and development, transportation, utilities, and technology. And that will take some time. So we won't have specific numbers available on what potential future indirect impacts would be. What we would ask in that sort of proposed motion is that we begin a negotiation in parallel with the investigation of what potential cost around shallow trenching would be. And we have a conversation with all potential partners in understanding what mix of construction methods are sufficient for them to still want to bring their capital to this. Won't have an answer on that, certainly not if we don't meet on this again. And if we do meet on this again in the next few months, we won't have a specific answer on that just yet. But we would before we signed any sort of agreement.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lauren. See Rachel, Tara, then Bob.
Thanks, Matt. And thanks for the presentation. Everyone. This is a fusion of or intersection of finance and tech stuff. So I just pre-apologize if I'm asking questions that were already answered or if I'm just not following or understanding. But first is, I think for Cara, in terms of the credit rating implications, I just want to understand from the memo in your presentation, is there like a cliff that we can go up to, but we can't pass? And like, is there some amount of this bond that is okay before we would maybe have an impact on our credit rating? Or can you be concise on where we would get into danger there?
I think it just depends on the structure and on the pledge. And so if we were to do this, and it depends on what type of revenue we would pledge, we might get a lower rating, and it might just be for that issue. And so it would increase the cost for that issue.
What do you mean by an issue? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, a bond issue. So like if we did a total of 268 million with a certain pledge that the rating agencies perceived to be riskier pledge, then they would give us a lower rating, which would result in a higher interest rate.
That one? Is that what you mean by the issue? Okay.
Yes, yes. And so it's really just unknown. I mean, they do believe that there's a lot of likelihood that if we tried to issue something like this, it would result in a little bit lower rating than our AAA, maybe one notch, maybe two notches.
And to Lauren's question, can you do a 20 million bond in year one and then another $20 million the next, then you've paid off some, and so you're not implicating your rating? Can't.
No, if we were going to do this, I think in our discussions with the municipal advisor, we would maybe do it in two tranches. I mean, there's costs of issuances. You need dollars up front for them to contract with to get the project done, I believe. And so I think you would need bigger tranches than just 20 million at a time.
Or it's a subset of 260 million, maybe. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for that. I understand that and Lauren got at this a little bit with one of her questions too, so apologies again if it's duplicative, but one of the primary goals here, as I understand it, is to ensure there's competition in this space. So, and zero disrespect intended, I'm a fairly happy Comcast customer, I suppose, all things considered, but would we be making sure that Comcast or is it CenturyLink would not be getting this contract from the city, to be blatant, because then we would not really be increasing competition because we already have Comcast everywhere.
Yeah, it's a great question, Rachel. So Comcast current infrastructure is cable based. So the upper limits on what they can provide in terms of service are lower than what can be provided through fiber infrastructure. So while it wouldn't necessarily create direct price competition, if there was an incumbent provider that wanted to create a backbone lease with us, I think that would be something we would want to entertain, because it would increase the investment in fiber-based, the future, what we believe is be the future-oriented infrastructure in the city. However, I would say that we would absolutely want to consider and place a high regard on potentially introducing additional companies, organizations into the Boulder market to create that price competition that you're referring to. So the answer is really yes to all of the above. Yes, we would prioritize a competitor. We would also be very willing, because these would be non-exclusive. We obviously have a certain capacity in the backbone, but these would largely be non-exclusive type deals, and we would welcome additional investment as well.
Okay, interesting. I guess part of what's been, I think, sort of sold to me a little bit is like, somebody else will come in and then maybe Comcast will also get more competitive with what, their rates. And so if it's Comcast, I don't see how that necessarily works out. But I don't believe I'll be on council really when these decisions are made. So just flagging that. Let's see, in the other cities where we looked, Tara, I'm not running. You laugh all you want, but I won't be here. In the other cities where we have looked at the take rates, I'm just wondering if in those cities they also heavily subsidized the product. Like we're saying that we're going to subsidize it out of the general fund. Because I would think if I'm a City Boulder resident and I'm already basically paying for this product, I'm probably buying it too. So just wondering, is that the same scenario in those cities? Because I think that could possibly impact our take rates.
So all three, so when we speak of subsidy, we're really speaking on the subsidization of the actual business of doing it, not subsidizing to the retail consumer. And so for the three cities that we mentioned, Longmont, Loveland, and Fort Collins, they all had debt issued from their electric utility, not general fund debt, because they had that existing capability with their electric enterprise fund. Their amount of debt was significantly lower. Longmont's was 48 million at first. Fort Collins, I believe, was the highest of the three, around 150 million. And so they were able to make the finances work to not have significant subsidy, certainly not subsidy from their general funds.
Okay. And then I think there are a lot of people in our community who think we're doing this, like we're going to have a municipal provided broadband in the near future. So I don't feel like the outreach that we had got to that yet. Like I understand we did a survey and we engaged community connectors and business community and some focus groups, but like, I always default to like my sister. I doubt my sister knows that we're having this discussion tonight. So and she probably thinks we're getting broadband because it was promised like 5 years ago. So what is the outreach that we've done to sort of every person in Boulder on this that might indicate we're thinking about putting the brakes on this, and like we would like to know how important it is to you. You might want to spend all of our outstanding credit on this because everybody uses broadband. So just wondering, what's the outreach to my sister?
Yeah, I think
I'll give you her phone number if you need it.
I think it's important to state that this is not putting the brakes on anything, right? This is us trying to further the objectives that council back in 2017, 2018 laid out with the $20 million investment in the backbone. By no means did that say we were going to bring municipalized internet service to every resident and business in town. $20 million would not have done it. Bob, Chris Meschuk, others, Aaron, others on council, others here that were there at that time can certainly speak to that. In terms of communication with the public, we've done this outreach as a way to better understand their perspective of how we move forward, not necessarily to sell a certain type of message around what we are doing. I do agree with you. I think there is some false expectation in the community today that the city is bringing this municipalized internet service, and we will need to tailor communications post council decision on kind of where we're going with this to inform the community on exactly how we intend to move the needle on the objectives around this program.
Well, I'll reserve the rest of that for my comment, and then just wanted to clarify that for a previous comment, like, this was very much on our radar when we were discussing Excel and the settlement. Like, I bet 4 of us maybe on this call, 5 of us can remember conversations with Alice Jackson of Excel. Like, if we settle this, we're still going to use your trenches to put in the fiber cable lines, right? Like, we don't want to harm our position on community-wide broadband by settling with Excel. So just want to flag that there were a lot of considerations on how that would ripple effect into the broadband space. And I think that we worked through that pretty smartly, and we are supposed to have rights. And Mike and I talked about that earlier this week, that like we're supposed to be burying fiber when possible, when Excel opens up power line trenches to bury cable or wires. I think those are all my questions. Thanks.
Rachel, I do want to circle back on one of your questions as well, the one around inviting competition and sort of a bid process to partner with us. We can't stop somebody from getting a contract or putting a bid in with the city, obviously, but we absolutely could add criteria into any type of procurement that would put a preference on increasing competition. So I just want to be clear that the idea is obviously to increase competition, but we certainly cannot prevent incumbent parties from submitting a bid.
Thanks, Rachel. I see Tara, Bob. Then I got a couple questions just for acknowledging time. We sort of have 10 minutes left for our allotted time on this subject. So once we're done with questions, if we can be quite brief on our comments on the back end, and we can hopefully stay on track. So Tara, you're up.
So Mike, thanks for this. This is great. I am going to tell you how I feel, and then I'm going to ask you to tell me which option I want. So my question is, here's how I feel about this subject. How should I vote? So I really don't like monopolies. They are not good for society, in my opinion. I am thinking that the whole thing with Excel right now is the problem is they are a monopoly. So even though they're doing pretty good, that's because we have to constantly be pushing them, and they're not forward thinking, and they're slow, and they're expensive. So now we're going to have to bring in the community, the CCE. Just tell me what that means, people. Community choice electricity, energy rather. And so we need to force in competition because we don't have any leverage, any real leverage with Excel. So the other thing is, if all of us old people remember Ma Bell, they said that it was the end of the world if we brought in competition. Literally was going to be the end of the world. Phones wouldn't work. That was it. So for me, the most important thing is that we have two options. I don't like it, Mike, that you don't have a second option. I don't even think it's important to me that it's this, even if it was just the city and no other options, that's still a monopoly, and I still wouldn't like that, even though I know that's not any of the things that we discussed. So from my point of view, wanting to see everybody have two options at least for a provider, which option do I like?
Well, Tara, I think you need to consider sort of the other factors, right? Cost, time to market, these other factors that I outlined. I absolutely see a path to creating that level of competition that you're describing here, and to move the needles on all 6 of our objectives, and to really create this ubiquitous fiber-based internet option by going with the staff recommendation of opening up our backbone for potential leases with private investment and private operation in this market.
So you think that the staff option will give me what I want, and it's the least expensive one, and the least risky?
It's the least risky. It's the least expensive. It provides an opportunity to get at what you want, and if we don't get at what you want by doing that, it still preserves all of our capital and additional options down the road to fulfill that goal if it falls short.
So then, why did you say that you didn't want that at the very beginning? Was that a joke? Remember when you said you would rather have us be the provider?
I said that in the context of the envy that I hear from a lot of members of the community and from members of council that we have of the city toward north, if you will.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Okay. That's it.
Thanks, Tara. Bob, and then I'll go.
Just 2 more questions, and we've started to touch on these in response to Rachel and Tara's questions. But Mike, I just want to make sure that we're really clear on these 2 points. One is if we do go down the path of option 3, and that is authorize staff to start leasing or selling fiber or conduit to various providers that are out there, either existing providers or maybe new entrants to the market. Are we permitted, because obviously we have some people in our community who are understandably unhappy with the level of service for various reasons, and we also have 250 people who don't have any service. Can we impose, there's obviously a price part of the contract, we're going to charge you X dollars for the fiber, but can we also impose non-economic conditions on our leasing of fiber or conduit to achieve some of the goals and overcome some of the concerns that community members have? Or are we subject to kind of non-discriminatory rules where we have to kind of if we offer fiber for lease, we have to take all comers, and we can't impose non-economic conditions? Do you understand my question?
I do, and I'm going to yield on that, Bob, to my colleagues in the attorney's office, Teresa or Andy, if you could maybe chime in on that, or if we need to get back to Bob on that question.
Yeah, Andy Frohart, Assistant City Attorney. Absolutely, that would be the idea, is that we would lease it out with conditions, and those conditions could include things like must be required to participate in the Affordable Connectivity Program, for so long as you're participating or as long as you're leasing the infrastructure. And so that would be the idea, is to lease it with conditions that would allow us to claw back if they're not performing adequately. And that could include service level terms, such as requirements for uptime. It could include depending upon sort of what the market would tolerate. It could include like customer satisfaction surveys or other ways to sort of verify adequacy of service or response times. So we have to, again, we don't know what the market will tolerate, but that would be the idea behind that. Yeah.
That's helpful, Andy. Thanks. And then my second question, I think we've also touched on this, but I just want to make sure that we're very, very clear on this, Mike. If we go down the path tonight and subsequently when we approve whatever pricing you put in front of us for option 3, that is we don't operate our own ISP, we're not going to do a whole lot more construction or spend a lot more money, but we're going to lease out fiber and conduit to providers, either existing providers or new entrants. We are not foreclosing ourselves. This is a statement in the form of a question. We are not foreclosing option 1 or 2 for the future. In other words, we're not going to impose upon ourselves an exclusivity where we say, yeah, we'll lease this fiber to you, Comcast or CenturyLink, and we promise never ever to get in this business. We still preserve option 1 and option 2 for the future. So if a future council or a city with more money has the ability to do these things 3 years, 5 years, 10 years from now, we can do this because it's a truism that in the telecom world, everyone's competitor is also their customers, right? The biggest customers of all the telecommunications companies are, in fact, their competitors as well, right?
That's right, Bob. We would not do any deal that is an exclusive type deal. And to what I said earlier in the presentation, we would want it. This is sort of the option of flexibility, if you will. It enables that future council to make additional decisions around maybe inviting or encouraging another potential provider to come to the city to maybe compete directly in the same service areas, or to fill a service area that maybe that third or fourth provider didn't sufficiently meet in our eyes. Or for the city to a richer city, as you said, to invest some of our own money in maybe creating some sort of municipal internet utility as well.
Great, thanks, Mike. That's all I had, Matt.
Thank you, Bob. You actually asked my question about preserving our right to have an ISP in the future. So thanks for asking that. I've got really 2 questions, and we'll get into comments on the quick side. I just wanted to verify, Mike, we've been in discussion about annexing the San Lazaro neighborhood. And I just want to make sure that in our calculations about who gets served, that should we annex them in, that they are already connected or have access to wired internet and won't maybe add to the 200 or so residents that don't. So I just want to verify where they stand on wired internet.
Yeah, thanks for that question, Matt, and thanks for the heads up on that question. I did look at the FCC data, and according to that data, which was last updated in December of 2022, they are currently served by Comcast.
Wonderful. Thanks for verifying that. My other question had to do with kind of the financing slide, number 11. And I noticed that the revenues seem to outpace expenses over time, and the revenues seem to grow faster than the expenses grow. And I knew Bob asked a question that there's sort of a bake-in of well, the revenues are just going to kind of go up a little bit. But I'm wondering what's driving that on the forecast. Is it just an assumption of an increased take rate? Is it that's kind of thing, or is it inflation? So I'm just kind of wondering why the revenue seems to outpace the expenses on that long-term 20-year projection.
So I'll start, and then David or Matt, I'll let you fill in the gaps. Operating expense and revenue are both growing at that inflation rate of 3% starting in year 2031. The differences are changes in the debt service, just based on financing assumptions, and then the other expenses, which include replacement capital and other things like that would happen in sort of different years throughout the 25-year horizon here. David or Matt, did I miss anything, or would you add anything?
I think you summarized that well, Mike, but if Matt has anything to add about that.
No, I think that's exactly right.
All right. Well, that's a triple stamp of approval for that answer. So I appreciate that. All right. So if we can just sort of circle back briefly, if there are any comments overall on this. And obviously feel free to comment on what you want. I'm also curious if there's any sense of a lean here from council in terms of is there any option here that we kind of just are feeling mostly skeptical of being able to achieve? And And we're not making a formal decision on which one we choose, but if we kind of are leaning that one of them or so is just not where we want it to be, it might be worth expressing that to staff, because that might help them as they further procure analysis for any sort of remainder options going forward. So have at it. Mark, I see you. Go for it.
Okay. First, just very quickly, I wanted to thank Mike and other staff for a really first-rate presentation of a difficult subject. My lean is clearly to option 3. I'm very persuaded about the seriousness of the risk factors involved in doing it by ourselves. I'm not sure I see a whole lot of advantage of doing it 50-50 with someone else. There's still a very significant commitment of capital to do that, and there are risk factors there as well. So that would be the direction for me, just given the magnitude of what's involved in actually building this out and financing it and bringing it to the community, and then running it efficiently. For me, it's a very, very easy one, and my lean is completely towards option 3. Thanks.
Thanks, Mark. I see Aaron, then Junie.
So the importance of this discussion was brought home to me at the beginning of the meeting when my internet went out, which I'm one of the people that doesn't have a choice in high-speed internet. So I've been tethered to my phone as a backup option. So definitely need some more competition here in town. I'll echo Councilmember Wallach's comments. Appreciate you doing the detailed financial analysis. I think we would all, in a perfect world, love to have municipal internet a la Longmont, but of course we have the name Boulder for a reason, and construction expenses are much higher here. So the direction you're going makes sense to me. In terms of what information we might need before moving forward, there is one thing I wanted to call out. We would have less control, of course, with this option 3 approach. One thing that's I feel is important is that the build out of this additional internet utility reach as many households as possible. And so I would want that to be a high priority as we're thinking about how we approach a backbone lease and right-of-way agreement with third parties, is to what extent we can leverage the use of our facilities to make sure that we get a commitment for people to reach as much of town as possible, and in particular to include some of our current underserved communities, both in terms of income and location and such like that. So that's just one priority I want us to make sure we have in mind as we're thinking about how we move forward. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Aaron. A great point on sort of that equitable conversation, making sure the same people don't get the same overlap service. It's a great point. So Junie, then Bob.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I do support option 3 as well. And I have been sold on that option because, again, of the low risk, the low cost or zero debt, and also how quickly it will get also the time to market. It's between 1.5 years and the full build is 4 years. I just think this is great. This is much better than the other options, which is 3 years and then 8 years. That's a very, very long time to wait for a needed service. So I think this is really great. I like the CD-wide access, right, which we get, and all the options, and also the equity aspect of it as well. I'm sold on that. It's so important that, community members have access to broadband, not just people who can afford it or wealthy people. So I think there's a massive equity component to this particular project. So I fully support option number 3. Thanks.
Thanks, Junie. Bob, you're up.
Yeah, I had the same problem as Aaron did. It took me forever to download the staff memo on this. So my broadband speed is not very fast either, because your memo wasn't that fat, but it still takes a long time to download council packets. I agree that we should, as Aaron said, we should make sure that there are not only economic terms, but non-economic terms in whatever leases or IRUs we do with providers. I know that we can target providers, encourage maybe new entrants or people that are providing more competitive services, but we should look holistically at all of the issues and problems whether it's speed, reliability, outages, SLAs, customer service, whatever the issues are that the 90% of people who said they're unhappy, let's focus on those, and let's make sure that if we're going to be leasing out a valuable city asset, which we spent $20 million on, we're getting solutions to the problems that our community members have expressed, not just money. Then I think to Rachel's point about communications, I think communications is very important. The voters approved, there's a state law requirement that voters approve cities getting into this to an ISP business, which our voters waived that rule back, it was more than 10 years ago. And so I think expectations have been set for a decade that the city might someday do this. And then when we authorized the build out in 2018, I think there was an expectation. Now, I think we were very clear at saying in 2018 that we didn't know if we were going to get in the ISP business. But it was a no regrets decision because we wanted to connect traffic lights and police stations and fire stations, and that someday we might actually lease the fiber or the conduit out. That someday has arrived. It sounds like the build is wrapping up. And so option 3 is no more than what we said, no more or no less than what we said we would do in 2018. So this is just continuing our practice. So the question is not so much, do we want to do option 3? Because that was always our intention. The question was, now that we've kind of more or less finished the build, do we want to move to option 1 or option 2? We've been working on this for 9 years, 2014. And all along, the price has been very, very high. I think 8 years ago it was $140 million. Now that's almost doubled, not surprisingly. And I think it's very important that, the headline of tomorrow's paper is not city decides not to provide internet service. It's city decides not to provide internet service now because we're broke. We don't have enough money. And option 1 is as attractive as it might be. You simply don't have the money, as Cara did a very good job of describing. So I think our explanation to our community is, yeah, we've been toying with this idea for going on 10 years. And we're still toying with the idea, and we're not going to stop toying with the idea. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and monetize the $20 million investment we made. Thanks.
Thank you, Bob. Rachel, Lauren, then Nicole.
Thanks, Matt. First, Bob, you can download your packet earlier. You don't have to wait till you get on the meeting. So I'm just going to give you that tip. It's easier when you're not also on Zoom. So as someone who was a community member paying decent attention in the lead up to the city's votes, and council member then who's paid a lot of attention in the last couple of years, it definitely seemed to me that we were telegraphing to the community we are looking at being a provider of a broadband service. So I don't feel that I have heard from the community that they are really comfortable with us not doing that now, because we're saying like, dang it, we should have done it in 2010. But I know darn well in 2040, people are gonna be like, oh, if only we'd done that in 2023. Like, what idiots are we to have not done that as a city? So I feel unfortunate to not have really heard from, I use my sister just, as a catch-all for all Boulder. Like, I have not heard from literally her or so many people in the city about like, do they like where we're going with this? And I'm uncomfortable. So to answer the question, what additional information do I need before voting? Again, I don't think I'm here for it, but I really hope that we have really communicated to the community, hey, we're really looking at leasing this backbone out, and you're going to get your internet, this long-awaited broadband from someone that is not the city of Boulder. And I just want that to be clearly communicated and evaluated by the city, because this is a big deal. It's going to have, 100 years worth of implications, and at some point it's going to turn profitable. And we're also forfeiting that if we don't get in the game, I feel like, early, and then other people take over the space. So option 3 may be all we can do. I am still open potentially to option 1, but I really want the community to have that chance to tell us loud and clear, like, yeah, we get it, like the finances are, or that they want to break the bank on this. I think that is something we should let people weigh in on. Thank you. Great discussion.
Thanks, Rachel. Lauren, Nicole, then I'll finish off.
I'm gonna, I think, echo a fair amount of what Rachel said. Our community voted overwhelmingly for this backbone, and they're also overwhelmingly unhappy with their existing service. We're already covered at relatively high speeds. And so for me, I really want to make sure that whatever service we provide is meeting the needs that the community is requesting. So I would like to know if there's anything we can do in terms of delaying rollout to raise tax funds for longer, for several years before starting the project, reduce project costs, or really anything we can do to kind of tackle the costs, into making it something that could be something we can accomplish. Because the reality is it costs a lot to put wires in the ground, no matter who does it. So our community is going to pay these costs either through their bills or through taxes. And if it's a private company doing it, they're going to pay more than just the costs because the company has to make money. So while I realize that this option one presents sort of nearly insurmountable costs to us, I would like to see us figure out if there's any way we can break those down and make them more tackleable, and also have the community weigh in, just because this is a long-term commitment, and we've seen how that went with Excel, and I wouldn't want to see us make the same mistake here.
Thanks, Lauren. Nicole.
Thank you. And thanks, Rachel and Lauren, for echoing many of my thoughts as well. I think, the only thing that I would maybe add to what Rachel and Lauren said is that it doesn't seem to be an issue of access. So there are 200 to 250 homes who need access, and I really hope that we can get them that access soon. But in my mind, that because most people do have access, it doesn't add the urgency that I might otherwise feel if, say, half the city did not have access to internet. So for me, it feels like there is some time to do a little bit to get a better read on the community, because I also just don't have a sense of whether this is something the community would like to invest in, because there could certainly be some long-term impacts here. I think my biggest concerns, if we were to move forward with option 3, are issues around data privacy, net neutrality, customer service, and just ultimately the cost to customers too. The goal of private industry is profit, not service, not privacy, not keeping costs low, and not really our community either. So what are we doing if we're going to move forward with leasing out this backbone that we've invested $20 million in, to make sure that our community's needs are prioritized as much as possible, given the privatized nature of what we would be moving into? Thank you.
Thanks, Nicole. I'll finish up and try to summarize what we've heard here, hopefully, and get staff what they want. I think number 3 is obviously the most viable thing to achieve. But I think what's important to maybe sort of address where Rachel and Lauren and Nicole are is we're preserving our right. Unlike the municipalization, we had to make a decision and then figure out where we were getting our power from, right? So that was a choice point that we didn't really preserve our right to municipalize tomorrow or the next week. Like, we could, but we kind of foreclosed on that. Whereas this is different. We could pursue option 3 and then always do that. And in many ways, that's probably the option that is best, because we're at the peak of cost. Inflation's super high. Everybody's doing internet. So you're gonna have to pull people. Equipment is scarce. I mean, waiting is probably the ultimate thing, but if we're waiting to do our own, why wouldn't we address the urgency that our community wants more choice? And that, of course, then is option 3, because it comes to market faster. So I think we're kind of saying the same thing, as long as we recognize that we're actually preserving our right to do the public option, perhaps, and hopefully when costs come down, which hopefully they will. And really, it's a question of who versus what. If people are getting cheap and reliable service, does it matter more that they have a City of Boulder sticker on their invoice, or does that really matter as long as they're getting affordable and reliable service? So I think the who versus the what is an important piece here. So so that's my perspective on it. But in terms of what I've heard, I think Mike, what I've been sort of hearing that are outstanding questions are models of different take rates, charge rate projections of the private sector option 3, and also the city attorney's office looking at those 20-year leases and the impacts on private providers. Certainly more study on micro trenching, and then more outreach for public option and where that is, just to make sure people understand where we're headed. And then sort of that last one was brought up, is sort of how we, and if we can sort of prioritize in a partnership who is getting that initial build out of service, to make sure that it's not the people who already have Comcast and CenturyLink overlap, that they're getting now a third option. Meanwhile, folks like yourself, Mike, and others are still stuck with one for a long time. So the equity conversation there as well. So those are the ones I heard were still on the table, and just want to check in with you, Mike. Do you feel like you and staff have got everything you needed to march us to the next one?
I do. I appreciate that summary, Matt, and I appreciate all of Council's questions and feedback this evening. Super helpful. I have a number of questions jotted down here in front of me, and we'll certainly play this back tomorrow to summarize in more detail with you next week. And we will start working on those outstanding requests, and look forward to seeing you again, hopefully very soon.
Awesome. Appreciate Mike, Cara, and then also Matthew, Tim, and who else? Oh, David, thank you guys so much for your input and your expertise and your work on this. We greatly appreciate it. I'm sure we'll see you guys again soon when we are having some public feedback and looking to make this decision and go forth with an option. So much appreciated. Thank you guys. And you guys got to go first. You get to call it a night. So thanks again. Appreciate it.
Thanks very much. Nice seeing you all. Have a great evening. Thank you.
And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to our city manager, Nuria Rivera-Vandermeide, to introduce our second item for the evening.
Thank you, council member, and nothing like a little levity in an airport conversation to follow up broadband. As you all recall, the question about the future of the Boulder Airport is one that has come up over the years. Most recently, we have heard a lot, and I know that you have received a lot of emails from what I'll say are people really passionate, either about the airport and its meaning to the community, or frankly, people that are passionate about the impact that the airport may have on their lives. We remind folks that the airport is a land use. The airport is a land use that's included in the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. To that end, the plan reads that at the time of the next airport master plan, the city will work with the community to reassess the potential for developing a portion of the airport for housing and neighborhood uses. I say that because that's a little bit of what brought us here today. In 2022, staff was assessing the need for an airport master plan update so that we could actually pursue needed capital improvements at the airport. And we recognize the commitment to the community laid out in the Boulder Valley Comp Plan. To fulfill that commitment, we initiated a community engagement process to hear from a broad and diverse set of community voices about the desired future for the airport site, and in turn develop 4 scenarios to respond to what we heard. The project is only the first step of many, depending on the community and council's desire as we move forward. The first step enables us to ascertain if there is an appetite for considering an alternative scenarios that would then require us to alter the FAA required master plan and have us reconsider the breadth of future investments at the site. We appreciate being able to have this conversation with the community to better understand the community's desire and vision for the future of the airport site. And tonight, we'd certainly like to hear from you on any additional information you may like staff to gather before we come back to council in early 2024 for more concrete direction on next steps. There's significant work to be done at the airport, and we really rely on your guidance for what our next steps should be. And I'm going to skip over Natalie Stifler, our Director of Transportation and Mobility, is certainly here, as is John Kenny, who I think you all know, who really, frankly, keeps it all together at the airport. So thank you, John. But Allison Moore Farrell has been really at the helm of the engagement, and so I'll send it to her to kick us off.
Allison, before you get started, I just want to allow Lauren to mention something to us in the community.
Sure. Yeah, I just wanted to, due to a conflict that I have and under advice of the city attorney's office, I'm going to recuse myself from this conversation. Thank you all, and I'll see you guys soon.
hopefully pretty soon, because we have a minimum wage conversation to happen, which she has been leading. So we'll see in a little bit more. All right, sorry, Allison, take it away.
All right, thank you. And I think the city clerk's office was going to share the presentation. Oh, perfect. Thank you so much. All right, wonderful. Thank you, Nuria. Hello, members of council. My name is Allison Moore-Farrell. I am a senior transportation planner here at the City of Boulder. Thank you for having us this evening. I look forward to providing an update on the Boulder Airport community conversation. I look forward to sharing with you the engagement activities that have occurred thus far, community input that informed the long-term scenarios and near-term action items, community feedback on those scenarios and action items, and an evaluations consideration matrix, which evaluates how well each scenario aligns with the city's sustainability, equity, and resiliency framework goals. We look forward to sharing the 4 draft community-informed scenarios. Please keep in mind these scenarios are driven and informed by the community. We intend on providing these 4 refined scenarios and further information as needed in early 2024. Next slide, please. All right, and just a quick presentation outline. We have the project purpose I'll be sharing, the community engagement that's occurred, analysis of that, the matrix of community visions, and next steps. Next slide, please. All right, so what is the purpose of this project? The purpose is to conduct a community engagement process and resulting high-level scenario analysis. We last came to you in January 2023, sharing about the process. This process is about creating an aspirational vision for the airport site. It's about informing, consulting, and involving the Boulder community. It is about identifying concerns and ideas for the future. It is not about closing the airport, changing airport site land uses in the near term, and developing detailed feasibility analysis. And I want to share a little bit about how we've incorporated your feedback from when we came to you in January. Council asked clarifying questions regarding the difference between the airport master plan and the airport community conversation. We shared that the master plan process is prescribed by the FAA, and this is focused on growth and operational needs at the airport. The community conversation is to help understand what the community's vision is for the airport. Council also asked for a clear introduction of history, issues, and opportunities, which was provided at both open houses and our community working group meetings. Council also provided project team suggestions with community members who should be on the community working group, which I'll share a little bit later. Next slide, please. And next slide. Thank you. So I wanted to share a schedule of community engagement events that we have conducted over the past 7 or 8 months. And I really want to thank many of you council members have attended a number of these, and I really appreciate that involvement. We've conducted a wide range of activities from December to August, and we have more coming in the next month. The aim with the community outreach was to connect with those most impacted by the airport, as well as the broader Boulder community. And I'll share a little bit more about those. Next slide, please. So we began with in-depth interviews, which really helped us learn about key issues and concerns that neighbors, tenants, pilots, and community members have. This helped provide baseline information and shape future engagement needs and helped identify some information gaps we had. Next slide. Moving forward, we had 2 open houses. We hosted one in April 2023 and in July. At the first open house, we shared information about the airport, shared input received to date, and requested issues and ideas on the future of the airport site. We had over 200 attendees at this first open house. The second open house, and at the first open house, we learned that there was a lack of knowledge around the Boulder Airport in general. We learned that folks were interested and concerned about noise, leaded fuel, economic impact, environmental impact, rules and regulations, and community relations. This served as both an information session for the public and a valuable resource for the project team to understand the concerns. Our second open house was just last month. We shared desired near-term action items, shared draft long-term scenarios, and requested feedback on both. We had over 120 attendees at this open house. Next slide, please. We conducted 2 online questionnaires through Be Heard Boulder, the city's questionnaire platform. We received a large number of respondents. We conducted outreach for the questionnaires via city channels in line with city best practices. We also reached out to neighborhood HOAs and underserved neighborhoods who could be more impacted given their proximity to the airport. Questionnaire is an engagement tool for collecting feedback from the public. It is not intended to express a scientific, statistically valid representation of all city residents. In addition, staff is not interpreting the feedback as votes for or against certain scenarios. The Be Heard Boulder questionnaire is just one of the tools that the city uses to solicit input, and we acknowledge the limitations of this type of questionnaire. Nevertheless, it's a useful engagement tool to help identify trends and potential areas of commonality. The project team worked to remove respondents who were outside of Boulder County. With the first questionnaire, we had over 700 respondents who resided in the city of Boulder and Boulder County. This is a very large number of respondents for Behold Boulder questionnaires. Approximately half of the respondents used the airport for work or recreational purposes. When asked, what do you think about the current operations or services at the airport? 16% of folks responded, I don't think there should be further operations or services. About 60% recognized the need for minor and/or major improvements at the airport. Remaining folks fell into the other category. In the open-ended question about the vision for the airport, folks expressed a desire for improvement and around safety, unleaded fuel, and noise. There's a wide range of visions, and I encourage you to see what community members shared in the memo appendices. There was over 1,000 pages in there, so it may take a while, but if you have the opportunity, I encourage you to to take a look at what folks shared about their vision. In our second questionnaire, we had over 900 respondents in the city of Boulder and Boulder County. Our aim there was to gather feedback on the identified near-term action items and draft scenarios. When asked to rank the preference of scenarios, Scenario 3 was the most preferred of the 4. From the short answers provided, folks appeared to desire more collaboration between the airport community and the broader Boulder community. While it was the preference, there was doubt that some of these elements could come to fruition, but there was a desire to look into them and prioritize that vision. Focusing on people and community and increased benefit of the site, no matter what next steps are taken, was clear from this questionnaire. Next slide, please. Probably our most instrumental piece of engagement in this process was our community working group. The purpose of the CWG was to provide input and recommendations to the project team and support the community conversation effort. We collaborated with the CWG. They were not only at the inform and consult realm like other engagement activities, but they got to the involved level of participation. We worked directly with CWG members to ensure that concerns and aspirations were consistently understood and considered and reflected in the scenarios. The CWG was intended to have a diverse mix of stakeholders who are impacted by the airport and the future of the site. We included many folks that council suggested in January, which we really appreciated. Folks from the scientific community, the emergency services community, those engaged with the East Boulder sub-community plan, those in underserved communities who live near the site, and many others. We also had members from Planning Board, TAB, Housing Board, and we also involved many departments within the city, such as Planning, OSMP, and others. From the CWG, like I said, they're very instrumental in developing scenarios and near-term action items. They helped us prioritize those action items. And over the past several months, we've shared baseline information about the airport, communicated these known opportunities and constraints, provided summaries of all the engagement activities, developed visions for the airport and airport site, developed evaluations considerations that connected the scenario to city goals. And throughout this process, we often assigned homework to CWG members to speak to their neighbors, colleagues, and acquaintances about the airport and this process and to report that back. Next slide, please. Another piece of community engagement we conducted was bilingual community meetings. These meetings were held at San Lázaro and Vista Village, and they've been very valuable. We actually have our final set of meetings next week at San Lázaro. As folks who reside right next to the airport, their lived experience is helpful to understand. Many folks wanted to see the airport as more of a community asset and explore opportunities for youth engagement, such as summer camps, jobs, and technical career options. Noise was a major issue identified in these communities. And we intended, our intention with these community meetings was to have the same depth and detail to understand the concerns and desires of these communities. One was English first with Spanish translation, and one was Spanish first with English translation. Next slide, please. And next slide, thank you. So I'd love to move on to what came from these community engagement events. Here's how we organize this and why. So first we have the initial set of input, and that was in the earlier part of this year in March, April, May, where we had our early community working group meetings, open house, first questionnaire, our first visit with San Lost around Vista Village. And we created this space for impacted community members in the Boulder community at large to share their issues and ideas. This was the initial input stage. This wealth of input coupled with subject matter experts led to development of high-level long-term scenarios. These scenarios reflect what we heard from the community. This is the scenario feedback stage, and that's where we're at right now. Next, we'll be refining those scenarios based on all of this feedback and coming back to you. And it's important to keep in mind throughout this process, the desire for near-term action items emerged from a number of different groups. Folks really wanted to see improvements in the near term, not just 20 plus years in the future, regardless of what future scenario was chosen. So we organized these so they could occur in the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. So we'll share those as well as they were developed. Next slide, please. And here we have a word cloud showing all of the feedback, themes, and interests that we heard throughout this engagement process. You'll see a lot of words that you've connected with folks on throughout this process, and we just felt it was really important to share a lot of what we had heard. All right, next slide, please. Next slide. All right, and next I'd like to share the 4 community-informed scenarios. So scenario 1 is existing airport with enhanced maintenance. Scenario 2 is airport with aviation improvements. Scenario 3 is airport with neighborhood-serving uses and limited housing. Scenario 4 is decommission airport and create new neighborhood. Next slide, please. So with each of these scenarios, what I'm going to do is describe the purpose of the scenario, and I'll describe what remains and what changes from today. And then I'll share the feedback we've received from the community on these. What did they like? What did they dislike? What further information were they requesting in order to understand it further? So the scenario 1 would bring the current facilities up to a state of good repair. No new facilities would be built. So everything would remain and no physical changes outside of enhanced maintenance of existing facilities. Next slide, please. So the community saw a number of opportunities and constraints here. Opportunities was improving maintenance, less change, continuing to accommodate emergency response, supporting training. Some of the constraints that were identified was does not advance city goals, lack of implementation plans, seen as a Band-Aid on current issues, does not address Boulder's housing needs, does not address flight pattern issues, and furthers perception that BDU serves select groups. Further information that was requested is economic, noise, and environmental studies and flight pattern review. Next slide, please. Scenario 2 would foster aviation development that is responsive to aviation market demand. This would include modernization of general aviation, hangar improvements, and implementing the most recent airport master plan from 2007, which would add facility and infrastructure improvements, enhancing safety and capacity. So the existing elements remain would be the runways, taxiways, hangar facilities, support buildings. The changes would be upgrading existing hangars, development of new hangars, enhancing aviation facilities, preserving options to accommodate future modes of travel and goods movement, and upgrading the public aviation viewing area. Next slide, please. Some of the opportunities community members saw here was the use of new technology in aviation, advancing use of unleaded fuel, and it could make the airport more inclusive. Constraints that were identified may lead to more aviation traffic, concerns about environmental impact, noise, safety, and equity, concerns about source of funding, and not addressing housing needs. Further study was very similar to scenario 1, looking at an economic, noise, and environmental study, flight pattern review, and review of funding sources for BDU. And I apologize, I'm calling it BDU is the airport code for Boulder Municipal Airport. So in case you didn't catch that, I apologize, I didn't clarify that. All right, next slide, please. Scenario 3 would foster aviation development and community development that complement each other. So this would include modernization of general aviation and hangar improvements and live-work hangars. It would also include a wide range of neighborhood-serving uses, such as a restaurant or cafe, a STEM learning center, vocational opportunities for local youth, and a community center that houses meeting spaces for both aviation and public uses. So remaining would again be the runways, hangar facilities, support buildings. The changes here, this is kind of where we get to more changes, where we look at upgrading existing hangars, developing live-work hangars, building a restaurant or cafe, creating a STEM learning center and job opportunities, enhancing aviation facilities, and building a community center that houses meeting spaces. Next slide, please. Thank you. The opportunities that community members saw were seeing it as a good middle ground, advancing the use of unleaded fuel, inclusive of community, could improve community relations. Constraints identified were may lead to more aviation traffic, may be too expensive to implement, concerns about land use compatibility, environmental impact, noise, safety, and equity, and does not provide enough housing. Again, further information requested was an aviation land use compatibility study with special consideration for housing. And again, like the previous slides, we looked at economic, noise, and environmental study and a flight pattern review. Next slide, please. Scenario 4 would decommission the airport and create a new mixed-use neighborhood that may include housing, activity centers, employment hubs, and green space. A portion of land would be set aside for helicopter emergency services that would support the resiliency of the region. So remaining here from aviation facilities would be an aircraft landing area for emergency support services. This would have the most area of change with building a range of housing types, creating activity centers, employment hubs, and allocating green space for native plants and animals. Next slide, please. Opportunities the community members saw here would be serving a larger portion of the community, reducing leaded fuel impact on the community, and providing additional housing. Constraints identified are the FAA may not allow this, may not provide affordable living, could be a costly option, airspace would likely be utilized by other airports, does not provide open space, lack of airport could have negative economic impacts. Further information requested would be a feasibility study, an economic study, and the scenario would need to be cognizant of current FAA obligations and the timeline associated with them. Next slide, please. So the 4 scenarios were evaluated based on how they align with city values, which are outlined in the Sustainability, Equity, and Resilience framework. Building on feedback received from the CWG and the broader community, the project team expanded upon the framework to create evaluation considerations which have been tailored to the Boulder Municipal Airport site. Next slide, please. The project team is comprised of subject matter experts in transportation planning, community planning, aviation planning, and engagement professionals who utilize their expertise locally and nationally to conduct a preliminary evaluation of the scenarios. Using the evaluation considerations developed with the CWG, each scenario was then qualitatively evaluated, looking at impacts of unfavorable, neutral, and favorable by the project team as to whether each scenario actively contributed or detracted from these goals. The Sustainability, Equity, and Resilience framework is meant to provide guiding principles and goals. They are not quantitative metrics and should not be utilized as such here. They are not votes for or against future scenarios. We recognize that this is qualitative, which is the intention as this is a visioning process. It is subjective and only meant to give council and the community a high-level assessment of how each vision may move forward towards our community goals. These considerations are meant to be one tool for council to understand the anticipated impacts of each scenario. We also anticipate feedback from the CWG, which we've already requested, and City Council on these evaluations. So I'm going to identify some of these evaluations. I know it's really small on the screen here, but you do have this information in your packet. If you'd like to review each of them, I'll share a few right now. And again, these evaluation considerations were developed by the community working group to really hone in on airport site specific so that it could be applicable to any of the scenarios. So for example, under safety, one of the considerations is increasing resiliency through mitigation, response, and recovery. For the accessible and connected goal, Some of the considerations are increasing current and future multimodal transportation options, enhancing open space, bicycle and trail connectivity, and accommodating goods movement. For economically vital, another one is foster diverse business options. So these are some of the considerations that were pulled together by the CWG, and then the alignment was identified for each of these. So as you'll see, the elements that make up scenario 3 and 4 bring these scenarios closer to alignment with city goals. But again, this is one tool to kind of understand this alignment. Next slide, please. All right. So like I mentioned earlier, these near-term action items were actually identified by community members as a desire to really look into as something we can do in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now. And as you'll see, all of these action items came directly from the community members. As we shared in the memo, they have not been evaluated for feasibility just yet. We wanted to communicate with you what the community has shared, and in the coming months, they will be going through a feasibility process. Throughout the engagement process, we heard from many community members the desire for these actionable short-term items that they could see come to fruition. So we did incorporate that into our outreach. And these ideas really complement the long-term visions. And again, the majority of these can occur no matter what future scenario moves forward. The intended timeframe for these, like I mentioned, is about 0 to 5 years. And in early 2024, we will come back to council with implementation steps for each of these. And ideally, they could complement any of the scenarios. So what I'll do is I'll go through each of these. And again, there's over 40 of these, so I'm not going to read through each one of them here. You have all of this information in your packet, and they are all listed in the memo. I'll highlight a few of them as we go through. And all of this information we received and these suggestions from community members, we pulled together into 5 topic areas. We have noise, health and environmental impact, community relations, airport economics, and safety. So we'll go to the next slide, please. So under the first topic area of noise, we have a suggestion to include South Boulder and Boulder Reservoir in the voluntary noise abatement program. We have encouraged voluntary limits on start and end times of flying, investigating ways to better report noise, explore feasibility of quieter planes. Next slide, please. A few highlights from the health and environmental impact near-term action items. We have expedite the delivery of unleaded fuel to BDU, incentivize the use of electric aircraft, evaluate proximity and impacts to natural features and wildlife, investigate impacts of leaded aviation fuel. Next slide, please. Under the community relations topic, a few highlights are coordinating airport land use planning and compatible land uses. Commit to ongoing coordination between pilots, tenants, and neighbors. Create or promote community events and programs. Deliver quarterly noise reports to boards and council. Host family-friendly activities at the airport. Introduce community programming for underserved communities. Next slide, please. For airport economics, we have update contract leasing structure and fees to cover costs, administer an economic impact study for the airport, make airport economic and budgetary data easily accessible. Next slide, please. Under the safety topic area, a few highlights are mitigating known risks or hazards, monitor and enforce compliance with airport minimum standards and FAA compliance standards. Introduce real-time messaging for pilots. Next slide, please. So like I shared before, we've collected all of these from the community. We wanted to share that information, and moving forward, we will be assessing them for feasibility and implementation possibility of next steps. And there's clearly a strong desire from the community to determine what can be done in the short term. And some highlights that we received about feedback on these from the second open house and the final 2 community working group meetings. We recognized there was quite a bit of community alignment on phasing out leaded fuel. There was a desire to review noise abatement procedures and consider changes. There was a desire to analyze the impacts of aviation or community development on open space and surrounding environment. There were varying opinions on the purpose and feasibility of implementing landing fees. There was a desire to review the runways in use and evaluate their compliance with FAA design standards and safe airfield operations. So there are a few areas of agreement, and there's been a lot of feedback on this. And again, we'll be coming back with more feasibility on these. Next slide, please. Thank you. And now I'd like to share the project next steps with you. So the next steps we have identified are addressing City Council questions and obtaining additional feedback as needed, conduct CWG meeting number 5 in September, refine the scenarios and action items, including high-level costs and next steps for each scenario, produce and share the final report, and present the refined scenarios and near-term action items and seek direction from City Council in early 2024. And I'd also like to point out where we are in the engagement process. In our City of Boulder engagement framework, we have right now we've identified the options, we've shared this foundation of information, and right now we are evaluating the issues. So we appreciate your support in this process and where we are right now. And we will continue to refine the scenarios and action items based upon feedback from City Council, the CWG, and the recent engagement activities. All right, next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. Thanks so much. Recognizing we have limited time with you tonight, we've refined our questions a bit since the memo, and we want to focus on understanding what information Council will need to provide staff direction in 2024. Do you have questions about the community input or the community feedback that inform the scenarios and action items? And we would like to understand, as we contemplate coming back to Council in early 2024, what additional information is needed to provide staff direction on next steps. And I will end our presentation there.
Fantastic. Thank you, Allison. Really appreciate that presentation. Before we get to questions, I wanted to ask our Director of Transportation, Natalie Stifler, a question on, do you have any update for us on a recent conversation with the FAA that might really help contextualize some more of what we're discussing and bring some more information to Council and the community?
Yes, thanks, Matt, and good evening, Council. We were able to have a conversation with FAA staff earlier this week. And just some initial information that I can share from that conversation is that, and we did share this in the questions that went to on hotline as well. But FAA's position is very clear. It remains that the city is obligated to current grant assurances for 20 years from the date of the last accepted grant. And there are additional obligations in perpetuity for grants that were used for land acquisitions, which would encumber the entire airport footprint, according to them. While grant assurances are in effect, FAA must approve a request to use airport property for other than airport purposes, including requests to discontinue its current use. Generally, FAA only grants such requests if a closure would protect, advance, or benefit the public interest in civil aviation, or the airport no longer serves its intended purpose. So this was just an initial conversation. A lot of this is information that can be gathered by our grant assurances. So it's information that's been kind of out there. Certainly more conversation with FAA in the future, if that's something desired by Council. They've offered to have further conversation with you and with the community if that's desired. Hopefully that's helpful.
Very helpful, as they are a partner and have a big stake in what we're doing at the airport. So thank you for that, Natalie. So all right, let's touch off with some questions for staff. I see Bob, Rachel, and Junie. Go for it.
Thanks, Matt. Natalie, I want to pick up where you just left off and make sure I understand this correctly. as I understood it from the memo and from some other materials, there's actually two types. It sounds like there's two types of restrictions that the FAA imposes. One is for infrastructure, or I guess non-land things. If we participate, which we have in the airport improvement program, the AIP, that there are covenants that we may not close the airport for 20 years from the last grant, and that's different from a separate commitment to get FAA permission in perpetuity if the FAA helped us buy some land. Am I understanding there's kind of really two different things here, the 20-year limitation and the forever limitation?
That's correct. There's a distinction between what was used to purchase land versus the airport improvement grants for capital improvements.
Right. So on the capital improvements, the last time the city received capital improvement money from the FAA that starts a new 20-year clock ticking was 2 years ago in 2021. Is that right?
That's correct.
So under that half of the equation, the FAA's position would be we couldn't close the airport before just on focusing on that, not the land part of it. I'll get to that in a second. We couldn't close the airport before 2041. Is my math right there?
That's correct.
Okay, and then on the land part of it, if the FAA helped us purchase some of the land out at the airport, that restriction on that the FAA prohibits closure unless we meet their criteria, that goes on forever. That's not a 20-year; it's a perpetuity thing. Is that right?
Yes, this is where it gets a little bit like we would need additional conversation, because the piece around the land and how that's applied and what time frame and all of that is just requires more analysis and more conversation.
I understand entirely, and so I guess I'd add, one of the questions was, what more information do we want? So I'd add that as the first item on the list. It'd be great to have more information on that from analysis, either by our outside experts or actually just hear what the FAA has to say. Do you think it's possible that we could get the FAA to come in and maybe even make a presentation to council at some point in time? Would that be appropriate?
Yeah, I think they would be happy to do that.
Okay, that'd be great. My second kind of set of questions, or actually my last question is, I saw something in, first of all, I want to thank you and your staff, Natalie. You guys did a fantastic job. We peppered you before this meeting with all sorts of questions. I mean, like dozens of questions that we sent in. And you guys did a really great job of kind of bundling all those together and answering our questions. So we'll probably have fewer. Hopefully we'll have fewer tonight. But one of them just really jumped out at me, one of your answers. I just want to read it out loud because I guess I'm inviting you to elaborate on this, or somebody to elaborate on it. It says, air traffic would increase over the city of Boulder considerably if BDU, the Boulder Airport, was closed. The air traffic would increase if the airport was closed. The resulting increased traffic over Boulder would be a combination of jet flights, much greater than we see today, which is nearly none, and an increase in training flights over the city. Could you elaborate, like if we close the airport, why would there be more traffic over the city rather than less traffic?
I will let John Kinney take that one.
Thanks, Natalie. Good evening, Council. John Kinney, Airport Manager. Bob, the answer to that is airspace is such an incredibly scarce commodity. The airspace above Boulder is actually influenced by DIA, Buckley, Air National Guard, given the speeds of those aircraft. So folks usually look at the airspace and say, well, the airport's 10 miles away or 15 miles away. It is absolutely connected with very few voids in between that airspace. So if the Boulder airspace suddenly became available because Boulder Airport was closed, it's just my professional opinion. I'm not an air traffic controller, but I'm a pilot. That airspace would be gobbled up immediately to relieve the congestion of what is happening over at Rocky Mountain Airport, as they are continuing to be constrained. And it could even have a ripple effect where Centennial Airport with traffic airspace would come a little north, pushing then the airspace utilization for Rocky Mountain Airport to the north, right over the city of Boulder. We currently have some precision approaches over the city of Boulder for one of the runways into Rocky Mountain Airport. And so to think if this airspace became available, that we would not see increased traffic, I just think it's almost a guarantee.
So thanks, John. That was very helpful. So should I think of the airspace above Boulder as kind of a bit of a box, and that we kind of control that box, or at least we can exclude traffic from other municipal or the DIA airport, because we've got all these planes flying in and out, and if that stopped, then those planes would kind of swoop in, no pun intended.
Yeah, it's almost like taking your hand out of the bucket of water, right? I mean, it would just immediately close up. It's because the airspace from Rocky Mountain, or the traffic, excuse me, from Rocky Mountain Airport would immediately shift over the top of Boulder. Possibly Longmont coming down, but I would think they'd reserve the majority of the airspace that became available if Boulder Airport closed. That would be consumed completely by Rocky Mountain Airport's traffic. They have pretty aggressive plans to expand at that airport in just about every category.
Okay, great. Thanks, John. That was very helpful. That's all I have, Matt.
Thanks, Bob. Rachel, then Junie.
Thanks, everyone. Allison, Natalie, John, good to see you. So, I think to Natalie's point and Bob's questions, follow up, the constraints listed under category 4, which I've been pretty bullish on, I would say, says FAA may not allow as the number 1. And I guess I'm a little bit concerned with us now that you've had this conversation, and it would appear that there's like a snowball's chance. And you know what, that the FAA is going to, just forfeit their control over this airport and say, close it. I would be reluctant to have a lot more community engagement and people getting wrapped up in this issue if there's not a real viable path. So I am wondering, in addition to having conversations with the FAA, where I think I can anticipate what the outcomes, what they will say to us, what are our next steps planned for FAA may not allow? Because again, I think we spent a lot of money and time, and there's a lot of energy for a possibility of housing there, and if that's not a realistic or legitimate possibility at this stage, how do we vet that and move forward without wasting people's time? Like, that seems threshold or like a gatekeeping question.
Right. I think this is something that we've discussed internally too, just given the position that FAA shared with us this week. I think, there's always two sides to a story. And so I think there's an opportunity to hear what, another perspective is that would still be a very long, difficult, expensive path. So there's that piece of information that we can also share with you when we, if we come back to share the additional information with from the FAA. And then, I just acknowledging we did make this commitment in the Boulder Valley Comp Plan. So I think I just want to say that this work was not for nothing, right? Like, we did make that commitment. We needed to hold true to it before we went down the path of updating our airport master plan. But I think as we just dig into it and look at options for a vision for the future, this was something that we knew we needed to eventually get to and understand. So that's where we're at now.
Well, and my question may be more for Teresa, and I don't know, obviously we can't anticipate future litigation, but what are the steps that we can take to sort of get an answer on this? Like, can we or can't we do this? If, because again, I'm someone who would like to move forward, possibly with option 4. I also don't want to spend a lot of time and money if without knowing that we can. So I don't know that it makes sense to do things in parallel if there's a potential dead end. What's our path for figuring this out other than a conversation with the FAA, which I think we should have, but if that's no, we're not going to be, amenable to an airport closure. It's not going to be an easy path. What are we looking at?
Yeah, thanks for that question. Certainly, I do think the FAA's perspective on this is important in that, they are they're the sort of gatekeeping body, and they regulate. We also do have expertise in this area from outside counsel, and you know, we of course consult with them, and ultimately I think this is you know, we need to get a lot more information, but I think it may be a decision about how much, what is the appetite for litigation, because I think that may be, you know, among the paths forward. And Lucas Markley from my office, who's an assistant city attorney, is here. Lucas, I would invite you to join the conversation if you have anything additional to add.
Yes, thank you, Teresa. Yes, Lucas Markley, assistant city attorney. I work at the airport on their day-to-day matters. But it is hard to put a sort of a yes or a no answer on it. I know it would be nice to be able to do that. But as Teresa was alluding to, it is more of an appetite for litigation, and maybe getting an understanding of how long it would take and how much would it cost, not just in attorney's fees and things like that, but, you know, there have been questions about how much money are we looking at in terms of paying back the FAA if it is approved, or we outlast our grant obligations. So that there is ultimately probably more of a cost benefit and risk analysis situation, rather than a yes, we can do it and we'll win, or no, we can't do it and we can't.
Yeah, understood on that. And I guess part of what is, you know, maybe we haven't discussed before was sort of the second box that Bob was talking about, which is there's this column that there will be no conclusion to a grant obligation, if I'm understanding Natalie's point. So that seems like something that you have to have an end point on to carry on with this conversation, and I'm unclear on where to go with it.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, I'll just add that oftentimes that takes litigation and many years and dollars spent to even get to that answer. And so, you know, John has a lot of experience working in communities that have tried to go down a path to closure. We've spoken to other communities about their experience and attempts, or where they are now on that path. And I said no two cases are the same. Like, that's the challenge in trying to kind of take a guess of what this is going to look like, or what it could look like. So I think even to get to that answer around just the land question, and is that in perpetuity or not? Do we agree on that? Like, that would potentially be a litigation. So.
I'm so sorry I won't be here for this. That's all my questions for now. Thanks.
Are you really sorry, Rachel? I don't know. We will miss you though, nonetheless. So we would welcome you being here for that. All right. Next up, I see Junie, then Mark, then Tara.
Thank you very much. And I want to start. I really think the slides were amazing. They were great. So also thank you for your presentation. I was looking at page 13, and we've received a lot of messages from community, but in reading that particular page, it seems that the closure of the airport was not the prevailing theme of most of the communities polled or surveyed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. Also, I think Bob already asked my question as well, but I just wanted to go back and just maybe talk about it a little bit more about the airspace. And I was looking at page 15, which is scenario number 4, where, which is decommission and create new neighborhoods. But ultimately on page 23, if airspace and the land are like two separate issues, really, and I think it was mentioned earlier that closing the airport doesn't really, based on what I'm hearing, it doesn't really abate the noise, actually. It might even exacerbate it, which to me is like, wow, that's shocking to hear, but that's what I heard earlier from the conversation between Bob and Kenny. Yeah. And also I was looking at the slide where you were talking about the health and environmental impact, and I just wanted to note that I did work on the bill last year, which is House Bill 1272, and I think it might be good to follow up with the Colorado Energy Office to find out more about sustainable aviation fuel, because you were talking about established timeline for discontinued use of leaded fuel, but I think sustainable aviation fuel is also part of that conversation in order to reduce greenhouse gas emission for decarbonization. Thank you.
Thank you, Junie. Let's see, Mark, then Tara.
Yeah, my first question involves these allegedly infinite covenants that never expire. But is it not true that we have received legal advice to the contrary with respect to those covenants, that they are not eternal, and in fact, many of them have expired?
So respectfully, Council, Mayor Pro Tem Wallach, I'd rather we not discuss confidential legal advice.
Okay. Then I would respectfully ask that the community be given the information they need to make an actual decision on this. And I have asked for staff to tell us exactly what it would cost us to pay back the FAA with respect to the grants that we entered into for acquisition of land. And it is certainly unfair to represent that there's a state of facts out there that may not be supported legally. So if you're not going to release information that the community needs, I'd ask you not to opine on the perpetual nature of grants. And I will also, with respect to this, I don't know if you're familiar with FAA Order 5190.6B, which describes that if an airport is released early from its obligations, the improvement grants have to be paid back on a pro rata basis. The clear implication of this is that there's a process for early closure. The fact that the FAA has said, never, no way, is highly predictable and not dispositive to me. So I am suggesting to my esteemed corporate counsel that you can't simply keep this kind of information from the community and then go on and say, but look, we can't do this. I am suggesting, without going into specifics, that yes, we can. And that we should make that community decision as to what we think is the appropriate use of that land in light of full information, not in light of doctored information. I have two other questions, and then I'll turn the floor over. Am I not correct with respect to dealing with noise? We can have all of the programs we want, but each one of them is voluntary. We have no enforcement capabilities. Am I incorrect?
Correct.
Okay. And with respect to the phasing out of leaded fuel, that too is entirely voluntary on the part of plane owners. And in fact, if you read my hotline of a couple of days ago, recently the FAA wrote a letter to the mayor of Superior telling him he doesn't have the authority to get rid of leaded fuel. Am I not correct there as well?
Correct. It would be a violation of one of the grant assurances not to provide fuel.
So would I be correct in saying we cannot make any impact on the key environmental issues with respect to the airport? We can request, we can beg the pilots, but we have no capacity to enforce whatever it is we would like to enforce. Am I wrong there or correct?
Well, I would frame it a little bit differently. You raised two specific questions: one, noise, and the second, the unleaded fuel. There actually is some incredible opportunities for the city of Boulder to acquire leaded fuel much sooner than I think anyone anticipated. It requires a separate infrastructure from our existing fuel tank system, as well as a fuel truck for dispensing directly into aircraft. But in direct conversations that I have had with our fuel provider, they are ready to provide unleaded fuel to Boulder Airport if the infrastructure was in place. So that would likely take an RFP process to put out to see who would like to. We've had about 3 or 4 individuals approach us saying they would like to provide this service, including our existing FBO, to the community. This fuel provider here is AirServe, AvFuel, excuse me, different industry. AvFuel, and you could go to their website. They have a tremendous amount of information about what's available. But Centennial Airport just started providing this fuel. They're doing about 10,000 gallons a month. The supplier has shared with us that they could provide us about 9,000 gallons every 60 days, which is more than we consume now. So that's good news that there is an opportunity to make something happen there sooner than later. The second component with noise, Mark, you never solve, as you probably already know, noise issues at airports. It is a perpetual management issue, and you get together with the community and the pilots. And this has been a process that a lot of folks have described as being painful for the community as well as the pilots, because it is so emotionally charged, as Nuria framed up for us from the get-go. And your most effective tool at any airport I've ever been associated with for 41 years is get two sides together, have them understand one another's perspective. We formed a technical noise committee here at the airport, and just yesterday they were sharing with me of the 30 recommendations that they're talking about. One of those is to not do more than 3 touch and goes after 5 p.m. Completely voluntary on the pilot's perspective to try to be good neighbors, unless it's absolutely necessary for a particular certification. So I think people are getting very aware of the need to play nice together in the sandbox, to understand one another's perspectives. We got a long way to go, but I think that was a big step, and that's just one of 30 of the recommendations that they're proposing. So I think there is more of a optimistic view on some of these things, but it's been developing because of this process. 4 months ago, I would have agreed with you.
Thank you. And my last question goes back to the city attorney. Is it your intention to release some of the key information contained in that independent attorney's analysis, or are we going to continue to treat this as the Pentagon Papers?
Mayor Pro Tem Wallach, I will tell you that.
Teresa, I need to step in. Mark, we're broaching on some perhaps inappropriate territory with asking our city attorney to divulge confidential legal advice while also then chiding her for not doing it. I think we're pushing that a bit, and I'm feeling uncomfortable that we've broached that territory, and I think that we need to probably end that line of inquiry. That's not a fair accusation to make without proper evidence of our city attorney's office. And so I would like us to move on to a different line of inquiry, but to even slightly insinuate that there's some sort of nefarious or deliberate act to hide information from the community, I think is a very, very risky move. So I know I know you care a lot about this issue. I just want us to not be pointing our frustration with outcomes on staff, if you could, please.
And I appreciate your perspective, Matt, but there is also non-confidential information that I've requested be disclosed. I'm not asking for information on legal strategies or anything of the kind, but there is information contained therein that I think it's important for people to know. I want to understand, and I'm prepared to understand why that information continues to be under revelation. And as I said in my hotline, the FAA knows the answer. Staff knows the answer. Council knows the answer. The only people who don't know the answer is the community. Tell me how that's a good result. Tell me how that.
I was just going to ask if I could colloquy for a second, Mark, but you weren't done, so carry on.
I just don't see that as a productive and appropriate approach to take with respect to the community that's considering, not deciding, but considering various approaches to this property. And when my colleague Bob is speaking about covenants that endure eternally, I want to understand if that is in fact the case. Thank you.
Colloquy, okay.
Colloquy away.
We'll say that I've been CC'd on a lot of Mark's requests to staff, going back, I think to a previous city manager, previous transportation director, and I do empathize with the frustration that I think Mark has been trying to get some information daylighted for quite a few years. So, and I think it does tie into my question, like, where do we go from here if we, we, including the public, who are working hard and some are very invested in moving forward in one direction or the other. That includes, again, like, I think people who want the airport to stay would like some, confidence in that. And then people who would like to repurpose it would like to move forward with that. So just, I don't know what can be further disclosed, but I think we need to get as much information out there into the public realm as we can, so that we can, as a community, move forward on this. So I think, just maybe gently plus oneing the what I think is the intent of that, like, so that we all have the same facts that we're operating from. And I think probably facts are going to be subject to interpretation, but just wanted to add that in. Thanks.
So I'm happy to speak to this a bit, which is to say that we are giving you information as we learn it. Our transportation and mobility director and I collaborated to figure out what from the advice we could tease out that wasn't legal advice, but was factual information to share. And so, we're doing our best to share information. I'm loath to share litigation strategy in a public sphere. And, I would, in order to do that, counsel would need to waive the privilege. Counsel holds the privilege. My office does not. I do not have the authority to release confidential legal advice. You all have the authority to waive that privilege so that that information could be released. If we were looking at that, I would welcome the opportunity to have a conversation with you about the pros and cons of doing something like that.
By the way, Teresa, I'm not asking for the release of litigation strategies or the sort of thing that is generally withheld. I was simply asking for factual information that we both know is contained in a memorandum, and that I believe the community has a right to know. And I've requested that release on several occasions and have never really gotten a response. And it's time to daylight just the facts, not the strategies, not that which would normally be considered confidential, just the facts. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think, we, as I said, we will follow up with more information. We, frankly, just need to do a little bit more homework around some of the costs, and we can share more about just the purchased land and the differentiating piece between the grants that were used prior to a certain date versus some of the grants used more recently for the construction easement. So we can provide some of that just factual information in some follow-up.
Wonderful. Thanks for that response and that clarification. Appreciate that. And thanks, Teresa, for responding to that with regards to those constraints and clarifying privilege. I think that was very helpful for all of us to hear, and the community as a whole, about their expectations on information, that as much as we are a public and represent them, there are certain things that we need to maintain in order to protect the community as a whole. So I appreciate that. Tara, then Nicole.
Okay. First of all, everything I'm going to ask is an actual question. I know sometimes I ask questions just to make a point. That's not now. So nobody get offended. Okay, I said it. Thanks for appreciating that, Nicole. All right, question number one. Junie asked a question about the community, and you said, I think, Natalie, you said that, or it could have been Natalie or somebody else. Yeah, I think it was someone else, actually. Who cares? You'll tell me. Who is the community exactly that you're referring to? Are you talking about the working group community or the giant community, all of Boulder? Which community said that they don't want to close the airport? Oh, maybe that was Allison.
Yeah, I can answer that one. Yeah. I believe what Jeannie was referencing was in the memo. I think you shared, I'll look back at the page you're referencing. I think you shared on page 13 is what you were referencing. So that's the engagement that has occurred thus far at the open house number 2, the community working group, and the questionnaire number 2. So a wide range of folks.
So how many of those community were people who supported the airport, worked at the airport, had commerce at the airport, and were pilots, versus how many were just community members percentage-wise? Do you know?
It's a good question. We do have some of that information for the questionnaire because we do ask that question. We don't have that information at the open house because we don't ask that information at the open house. So it can be partially answered.
So then it could have been mostly the airport community that wanted to keep it open as possible.
It could be possible.
Okay. I'm not trying to be a lawyer here. No laughing.
No, it's fine. It's you know, and community engagement is not a perfect statistically valid. So so yes, the answer is I don't know, and that's not really something we can.
That's fine. That's fine. Okay, so the next question is when you say that Vista Village and San Lazaro communities thought there was noise, did you go door to door? How did you find out that information, and how much noise? How many people felt it was too noisy? It would be good if we could have more details so we know how it affects them.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. We actually had a community engagement meeting at Vista Village this past Tuesday night, a couple nights ago. So we had another touch base, and we've had over 40 people attend the 3 meetings we've had thus far, and we have another meeting next week. I'd say a large majority of folks have shared that noise is a significant issue for them there. Some of their homes actually have older windows, and they share that their windows shake especially from helicopters. It sounds like those create the most noise nearby. So it is a significant issue that I'd say of the folks who attended the community meetings, a lot of them expressed noise as a major issue.
Okay. Next question. Soaring Skies, do you know how many runways they need to operate? I believe, are they the one quiet user, Soaring Skies, or am I misunderstanding what they do? Or does no one know who they are?
John can answer.
John, you're muted.
I effectively muted myself. Apologies. Tara, I'm not sure who that is.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay.
There's one of the many emails of a company that probably Bob Yates knows, but I don't even know if he's on stuff. That's okay. We can skip that.
Could you say the name one more time?
It sounds like one of the glider operations.
Soaring Society of
Soaring Society of Boulder. Maybe. Yeah.
Soaring Society of Boulder. Yes. I'm sorry. The question is?
What do they use exactly? How many runways are there at the airport again? Was it 2 or 3?
Well, historically, I'll say before my arrival, there was 3 landing surfaces, and that became problematic. So we have them as 2 separate landing surfaces, but only one can be used at a time.
Okay. Okay, so moving on from Soaring, whatever their second name is, what percentage of the users in the airport are from Boulder versus outside Boulder? By users, I mean pilots, not just pilots, but, the various different organizations, the Scouts. Do you know how many because we have a lot of airports in this area, so I'm just trying to figure out how necessary this airport is. So what percentage is actually from the city of Boulder? We got a lot of letters, but I couldn't tell how many of them were from the city of Boulder.
Right. You could tell there were even some outside of Colorado, but
yes.
We don't have that information right now, but I think we have the capability to answer that question and provide it to you. It'd be an estimate.
Yeah, that's good. Okay. Last question I think I have is, actually there's one more. So if the FAA, will they ever be able to do you think in your estimation, since noise is our biggest problem, I would say, that they will ever help us in this lifetime with noise abatement? Or do you think they would actually be a partner in noise abatement, or do they have no intention to do that?
You asking my professional opinion?
Yeah.
I think the pendulum over the last 20 years has continued to swing towards land use has not been as disciplined as it could have been. And we're continuing to create the conflict. I'm talking system-wide. And I think that as legislation continues more frequently to be proposed, I think that it's headed back towards local municipalities being able to institute noise or flight restrictions on airports. But I don't think it's going to happen in the next 2 years, but it's definitely gaining momentum on a national scale.
Okay. All right. So this next question revolves around people saying, well, they knew they were moving to an airport. So I've heard it said that the replacement propellers are louder than the original ones on the tow planes, and that's why people are complaining more that there's more noise at the airport than ever. Is that actually true?
I would agree with that.
Okay. So the people that might have moved there let's say 6 or 7 or 8 years ago, it might actually be louder than it was then. So they didn't know what they bargained for.
Yeah, they had 3 incidents where the propellers needed to be changed out. And 2 of those aircraft, possibly 3 of those aircraft, the availability of those quieter 4-bladed propellers were not available. And so they put on 3-bladed prop, but it is discernibly noisier. The glider operators are researching the ability to bring in different aircraft because these aircraft are getting older. They're safe, but they are getting older. And that might be 1 to 2 years out where they get some new technology in here. But that is not an imagination of the noise level being louder the last year. It is.
Okay. And then my last question is there, so there's 4 options, but is there such an option? Does this request of mine fit into any of these options? I did this earlier for a second question. A smaller, less loud airport with reduced airport traffic. How do we reduce, which option is reduce airport traffic?
Well, option 4 would virtually eliminate it and go to resiliency in terms of helicopters responding to events.
Okay, and then what? Let's say that we find out we can't do that. Then which one?
If you were to do status quo, that would be option 1, which would be basically maintain and make it the best airport you can, but firm hold hairspray it in place of what it is today.
Okay. And I just want to say a quick word that is in no way do I think everybody at the airport isn't great. I mean, I met a lot of great, I've been there so much lately and I met a lot of really great people. These are just honestly questions that I had. And I know a lot of people are trying really hard to do something about the noise. And I want to acknowledge all those people that are trying to do something. So these are just questions with no emotion. Thanks.
Thank you, Tara. Nicole, and then if no one else wants to crack, I got a couple questions.
Awesome, thank you. I got a bunch of questions. Sorry. So with regard to, thinking about the airspace and kind of keeping control of the airspace, if there were a helicopter pad there, would that still keep control over the airspace, or do we enter into the same issues there?
You're muted, John.
get this yet. Sorry. So are you, is the question if we went to scenario 4, would the helicopters be able to operate into and out of the airspace?
Basically, so what I heard initially, right, is that if we went with scenario 4, we may lose control of the airspace. And I was wondering if there were still a helicopter, if a helicopter were there, would we still lose control of the airspace?
Well, very likely the air traffic control tower located at Rocky Mountain Airport would be the controlling entity of that airspace. So they would just sequence in those helicopters as needed, like they would day to day, the ebbs and flow of volumes.
Okay. So it sounds like you're saying that we would still not have control of the airspace, even if there were a helicopter there?
Correct. Yes, it would be controlled and primarily used by Rocky Mountain Airport. But if helicopters needed to come and go from Boulder Airport, that would just be another operation that the tower would handle without difficulty.
Okay. And then as far as the noise and things that we're talking about, there would still be noise, potentially more noise. It feels like it would be a different type of noise. I know in my house, if there's a jet from DIA flying over, that's a very different type of noise than if it's a small plane that's flying over. And I just kind of wanted to be clear about what type of noise are we talking about would change there under scenario 4.
Well, it's very hypothetical, right? But best estimation that I can give to you is you would be a combination of training flights and jet traffic coming into and out of the airport. So, you really have 3 types of operations, 2 of them jets and training, that's what we're talking about. And then you have the touch and goes, which are just the repetitive ones. I don't think you'd see the repetitive ones, but you would see the to and froms flying over Boulder without a doubt.
Okay, thank you. And then as far as kind of those touch and goes, the number of flights and everything, we can't really regulate that under scenarios 1 through 3. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
FAA.
So it's sort of all out of our control and just up to sort of goodwill of the folks who are there.
Yeah, it's trying to build those relationships between on and off airports. And yes.
Okay, awesome. And then just speaking to some of the engagement that's been done, I think Tara touched on this a little bit too. It really does seem like it's been about disproportionate in terms of people who are connected to the airport. Somebody wrote us about doing a kind of statistically valid survey of the community to get some feedback. Is that anything that's an option, particularly if we as we were talking, if there were some information that council were willing to release to the community so that we could provide some education and then just try to get an understanding of what it is the community is interested in.
I'll pass that process question over to Allison.
I'll start with that and I'll let Natalie add anything. So the way the process was designed is how we typically design a lot of our planning and visioning processes. If they impact a certain area. So for example, with the East Boulder Sub-Community Plan, you oversample the folks who are most impacted by a project, or the North Broadway reconstruction project. So, so this was very in line with that practice of connecting with folks, neighbors, HOAs who are most impacted by this. For example, with Open House number 1, we sent out 13,000 postcards. We didn't send out 108,000 postcards to every resident in the city of Boulder. We looked at, areas around the city who are most impacted by those flights. So that's how the process was designed. Like I was sharing with Tara that, community engagement is not statistically significant. So, and that is how we design this process in line with how the city of Boulder does it. So it would be really an adjustment in that process, but I'll let Natalie speak to that or add anything.
I mean, I think it really is just, if that's the desire of council to do something like that, that's something we can explore.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. It's it is, I understand that there, are folks around in the immediate vicinity, the people who are using the airport. And as we start thinking about something like scenario 4, the impact becomes much broader than just the people who are living in the immediate vicinity, right? Then it expands to kind of a broader portion of the community, including workers, students, that sort of thing as well. So anyway, so that is something that I at least would be interested in. Can't speak for my 7 colleagues who are here. And then I guess kind of a related question, what would it take to develop a housing study? I mean, it feels like that's sort of the big elephant in the room that some of us would like to have as we're considering this question, that you have about coming back in early 2024. That feels like a big part of what would be of interest. And so I'm just wondering, is that in the realm of possibility? Like, could we take a straw poll tonight and say, who wants to move forward with developing a housing study? And maybe that's a question for Nuria. I don't know.
Well, so Brad is here from PNDS. His team has, he said that I could call him out here because his team has been instrumental in helping us with this project. And they definitely have contemplated what would be the next step from a land use perspective to explore related to scenario 4. And I'll just say, whatever the work item is, it would be significant. And so I think having some clarity on the path that we're headed down is really that next step. And then we could think about, okay, what are those other work plan items that would fall after that? Because there would be, I think it's beyond just a housing study. And Brad, that's where you could take over.
Yeah, thank you. Brad Mueller, Director of Planning and Development Services. A lot depends, of course, on the decisions and discussion after tonight, but a very likely tool for taking next steps for land use in this area, especially if a variety of land uses were contemplated, would be a sub-community plan or something like that. We wouldn't want to go into it with any presumptions on the types of land use or distribution of land uses. That's part of the public process and feedback from a policy standpoint, more refined, that really comes with something like a sub-community plan or similar. But that's what we are teed up to do if that becomes part of future council priorities and part of the overall vision and work plan for this quadrant of the city.
Great, thank you. And I think one other thing that would be helpful thinking about coming back in early 2024 is just that chart with the different scenarios and sort of showing how it ties into some of the city's different goals. It'd just be really, I would be interested in kind of having a more objective kind of analysis of that kind of pulls from maybe the folks in the working group or something like that, just thinking about how we're getting to that chart a little bit more clearly, because I think that is still just a little confusing. I mean, if there's some way of getting ratings or something out of that, I think it might be helpful, at least for my understanding, when we come back to this discussion early next year. And then I guess, Matt, this actually may be a question for you as facilitator. Are we going to take a straw poll or anything on like which scenario we're leaning toward or anything like that to provide some clarity for staff?
I think that's perhaps reasonable. I mean, we can touch it from perhaps 2 ways. I would certainly maybe ask staff's opinion and perhaps also our city attorney on that front, if they feel the need to weigh in on whether we be picking one or we should be removing some options for further refinement to consider down the road. So I'm okay with that if we want to spend the time on it, but I'll defer to staff and maybe Teresa if they have input or opinions on that.
Well, I can start, and Teresa, if you have more to add. We don't need that tonight. I mean, I think we really wanted to get a sense of additional information at this point that you would be needed. We really do need that at the beginning of 2024 because there's just work that needs to be done, as Nuria said, out at the airport, and we kind of need to know which direction we're headed. So That's not necessary tonight. Certainly, if you have just opinions you want to share, feel free to do that. But Teresa, do you have more to add on that? Okay.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Are those your questions? Or are you still rolling?
Almost done. Almost done. So one of the things that I am wondering about, I know that accepting more funds from the FAA is kind of lengthening the period of time that we don't maybe have a lot of control. And what I'm wondering is, can we kind of decide as a group that while we're in this space, we're not going to commit to taking any new funds? Just because we're in a place where we got a lot of questions that still need answered. So I'm just wondering.
Well, I can say from staff's perspective, we haven't accepted an additional grant since 2021, as I think we mentioned earlier. And we do that. That is why there's some urgency to getting some direction, because next year we need to, and we recognize we wanted to honor this process. And so accepting grants during the process didn't seem like the right thing to do, but we do need to do that, start doing that next year. So that's why we're looking for direction.
Okay, cool. Thank you. So it sounds like then we won't kind of go in a step of taking more funds until we would have a council conversation about it. Is that right?
John, is there anything to clarify there?
So early in the conversation, the date was thrown out for 2021 as the last time that we accepted a federal grant. I actually found just yesterday a document that shows in early 22, a COVID grant was accepted. So actually there's 19 years left on the 20-year amortization schedule. That, you know, just a reminder, we're under current grant obligations to maintain this airport. It's rough out here, really rough. And I don't know if this is out of my bounds, but I would really encourage the council to continue to accept the grants that have a sunset clause on them, use or lose, because there's quite a bit of money in the pipeline right now that's been in limbo, including some leases. And the reason is that we could not bring to you requests for longer term leases because we did not know what our capital plan was going to be, what the feds were going to offer, what the state was going to offer, and what the true condition of this facility is. Now that we have that quantified, we were very interested in implementing a capital plan for next year that really included taking care of the roadway systems and the ramps and the pavements, because it is in terrible shape out here. So if you're asking a staff perspective, I would encourage you to take the grants. It only adds 1 year, but obviously you set policy, staff does not.
And can I colloquy on that from the 2022 grant perspective, or 20, I can't remember if it was 21 or 22, but there were some 22. Well, I can't remember which one, but I think Councilmember Wallach and I dug into something that was in the general budget that was coming from, I think, some COVID era stimulus money. And it, at least my memory of it is, you know, we have an obligation to keep up those runways and things. And like there can be liability if we're not keeping up the runways to the degree and standards that they need to be. So I would not be comfortable saying we're not taking $1 while we're working through this portion of it, because I don't want to create an unsafe situation at the airport because they're waiting on council approval. Like I think that we're not extending it very far, and I don't personally have like the expertise in airport, and I was educated at that time that I pushed back. Like there's really good reasons that even during this time, you know, you're not extending it by 20 more years, you're just extending it by like another 8, 12, 18 months kind of thing. So I think there are strong legal liability reasons to keep up what we are obligated to keep serving for 20 years.
Just along those lines, like one of the things that I'm hearing as well from community members is that one of the runways is non-compliant, and I was just wondering if this is one of the things that is on the radar for being addressed, or you know, is this anything kind of the FAA is overseeing?
Yeah, it's somewhat of a complicated answer in that when you accept federal grants, you are committing to design those areas of the airport to all the standards of the FAA. Historically, Boulder has done so on the main runway, runway 826. Just as gliders has evolved over periods of time, they decided, you know, we could operate off the main runway, let the higher speed aircraft do their things with landing and takeoffs, and we could start landing in the grass area over here. And I'm talking, this is probably 30 years ago. It might even be a longer period of time. So the FAA allowed that to take place. They have not so much approved the design of that airport, of that grass strip, because it does not meet any FAA design standards. But they've approved it to take place. And since that time, we've put together some operational procedures. We're gaining momentum with that. There was a Part 13 complaint regarding that. It just came out today, favorable for the city. Of the airport sponsor has the ability to create operational procedures. So we'll continue to work with the users to address some of these issues. And most people are getting on board with them. They're not as onerous as I think people saw, but there's still some work to be done. But that's kind of a detailed answer, but there's a lot of variables in play there. But there are some issues to address over there to up the game of safety from staff's perspective.
Thank you.
Rachel, I see your hand. Thanks, Nicole. I see your hand up. I don't know if that was a remainder from a colloquy or if you got something else.
It was. Thanks.
All right. So a lot of good questions have been asked. We'll get to comments here in just a quick second. The only question I have, and I'm going to apologize. Bob may have asked this, but I was writing down info on his question before that. So if you did stop me, Bob, it's really a question perhaps for John or Natalie with regards to, what criteria does the FAA use to determine if it will support an airport closure?
John, I have that handy if you want me to kind of read it, but if you have it memorized, you probably do, and you can speak to that.
It's two things.
The FAA first, one of the first steps is you need to prove to the Secretary of Transportation that civil aviation will benefit from the closure of your airport. And the challenge is, what do you do with 200 based aircraft and the 333 aircraft waiting to come to Boulder Airport? If that argument could be, or that case can be made, and the Secretary of Transportation agrees that, wow, this is great, there's benefit to civil aviation as a system, then conversations would continue.
And so along those lines, is there any indication that from FAA that closing Boulder Municipal would benefit civil aviation?
I think that would have to be a submission of all the facts and all the variables in play. That question was asked to the FAA, and they came back and said it's not that simple. You would need to frame it up with all the variables in play. So it is definitely a process.
Sure, I think it's a fair assumption. The answer might be no to that, given what we know about the airport and its impact. And then, sort of along those lines, is there other criteria?
If you get through step 1 and step 2 and step 3, and as Natalie eloquently put in that question and answer, every airport is completely different. So everyone always says Santa Monica Airport. Well, Santa Monica Airport was transfer of land from another federal agency. So it's a different set of circumstances. It's really, I guess I can't answer that question because I've not been through past step 1 with the FAA.
No worries. No, and I'm glad you mentioned Santa Monica Airport. That's actually where I learned to fly. That was my home airport, and the airport where my father learned to fly as well. So I know that place well. I know their story. They are the most, the highest traffic municipal airport in the country. I think they still are. And the reason I asked that is, from what I've known, and I've actually reached out to a few airports I've flown into over the years, and I still know folks there. where there's actually been this conversation, and I've sort of asked them, you know, with regards to that context. And Mark pointed out the sort of like, oh, there's a path to closure, and there certainly is. And they always said that it was always within the context that that path was there. Should you be meeting those criteria, that triggers then a legal path. And we might be getting into legal stuff, and I don't want to, but it seems like all of that is contained. And I guess I'm asking is within the purview of really, will the FAA release you from their clutches, is really the question. And so if you can answer that, fine, but that's sort of why I asked the question, because that seems to be where I've sensed things are, that's the linchpin here, is what the FAA wants to allow, and everything else comes from that.
I'll just say, I think that's true when your grant assurances are in play, what you just described.
Awesome. Thank you, Natalie. I see we're ready to move to some comments. I think we're sort of moving in a good direction. We're still going, we're a little long in the teeth here on timing, but it's a helpful discussion for ourselves and community. So let's jump into comments. Mark, you've got another question.
Actually, just two quick questions. Do you know how Reed-Hillman justified its closure in terms of enhancing, the growth of whatever that standard is, aviation?
So from what I understand in an initial conversation with them is, and this is just very fresh information that I received this week. So they haven't actually had that conversation around, do you accept our request for closure? Because they're actually pursuing just running out the clock on their grants. So, and that's why I was making that clarifying point that Matt was making, is that the criteria to go and ask them for, would they be open to this? Does it benefit aviation, or is it no longer serving the purpose? That is when your grant assurances are in play. From what I understand, and John can certainly weigh in here too, is that in Reed-Hillview's case, they're not taking that approach. They're not going and asking for, do you accept our request for closure? They're instead just running down the clock on their grant assurances. And they've been doing that for a long time. They have until 2031. 2031 is when they're done. And they're just in a different situation because they didn't use grants to purchase land. So it's not apples to apples.
Well, we're coming back to the questions I raised earlier, which is why I'd like to get answers to those. My other question is for John. Do you have a sense of what the capital expenditure would be required in order to maintain the runways, and could that expenditure be financed by increases in fees for the users of the airport, as opposed to taking grants?
If history is any indicator for us, we've accepted approximately $12 million in the last 20 years to maintain the airport. We probably should have used about another $3 million to get it up to what I would consider standard. So say $15 million. So if you needed $15 million during that period of time, you would require over $600,000 a year of additional revenues. If the airport's total revenues, which they are approximately $800,000 a year, it's almost a doubling. What makes that challenging is the majority of your revenues come from leases that have durations to them. They're fixed until 2028. So you don't really have the ability to capture that market to help close that gap, which puts more of a smaller population at the tip of the spear of raising fees to meet that gap. So either would do additional developments to bring in additional revenues, or receive general fund subsidies to address that gap.
But is there some combination of increased fees and capital expenditures by the city to avoid taking further grants?
I think that's financial, like some of that financial analysis that we've said we could look at a high level to bring back as additional information.
Okay, and I'm just throwing that out as an analysis I'd like to see. Thank you. Now, Matt, on to your question, on to your comments.
Well, they aren't just my comments. I'm going to turn that back to my colleagues. Do you guys have some comments? And keeping in mind, we've pretty much answered the first question, which was, questions about community input, community feedback, informing scenarios. Those have been asked. And Natalie, I just want to check before we get into comments. Do you feel good about what you've gotten with regards to question 1? Great.
I think we've gotten another question too as well.
And yeah, I think that's where I was going to go. I think we've already kind of gotten most of the way to question 2, if not all the way. What I want to sort of pose, and I appreciate Nicole for bringing this up. We have 4 scenarios in front of us, and there's been sort of information shared, and in many ways we've had information shared and reshared and then reaffirmed. And so the question is, is there some information that's sufficient for a majority of us to start to maybe trim these down? And I don't know which they are. I'm just asking that as a question, because again, if there's fewer options for staff to continue to work on, we totally understand the benefits that creates. So if your comments can frame that as well, awesome. But I see Aaron with his hand up, so go for it.
Yeah, Matt, I mean, if you don't mind, I heard from Natalie earlier that they're not looking for necessarily narrowing down that that's what they're coming back in January. I'm just a little worried with the lateness of the hour that if we get deep into an analysis, the scenario will tackle on another 45 minutes or something. I'm just concerned.
Yeah, no, fair point on timing. I see, Bob, is that on this sort of point that Aaron brought up?
It is. I agree with Aaron. I'm not prepared. We were not asked to, and I'm not prepared to start voting on or eliminating scenarios. I think all staff asked us is, what more information do you need for us to come back with a decision point early next year? And so I think that's when whoever's on council early next year starts to weigh in on the scenarios, maybe eliminating them. I think it'd be unfair to staff and to council to ask us to straw poll or eliminate scenarios or weigh in on a scenario or whatever. That's not what was asked of us, and I don't think most of us are prepared to do that tonight.
I am, but that's okay. That's just me. All right. Nonetheless, I see comments. So have at comments, and we'll be brief, and we'll release John, Allison, and Natalie, and move on to our third thing. And I still got to text Lauren to let her know to come back. Nicole, you're up.
Awesome. Thank you. Thanks, staff, for this discussion as well. I know it's been a long one. I would really like to advocate for us to do some education of the community, to think about what information can we give to the community that is more than we're giving now, but still within the realm of kind of legal possibility. That feels really important for us to have that discussion because this, in my mind, is really a broader community issue. So I would love for us to figure out what's the information we can give the community about these different options, about pros and cons that may be associated with each one, and what are we willing to waive in order to be more transparent with the community and let them engage better. Along those lines, I really would love to do some engagement with the broader community. I think if we've been able to educate a little bit, doing a broader statistically valid survey of the whole community would be a really wonderful way to get some kind of quick information, relatively quick, as quick as we move anyway, on what the community is thinking. I really like the idea of financial analysis that Mayor Pro Tem Wallach mentioned. I think that would be a good idea. And I kind of also came prepared already, having a leaning, and for me, I'm very intrigued by scenario 4. So just put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Rachel, you're up.
Thanks, and thanks for the discussion. It's been a long time coming, so I'm grateful for it. I guess where I'm at, which is a little different than where I thought I would be tonight, is I'm not sure exactly how much we spent on engagement, but I heard a figure, and it was not an insignificant amount. I would not do much more in terms of engagement until we know what is feasible. So I am zero surprised if the FAA says no, like we're done here. I don't think that's the final answer though. And so I I need us to go to what is the stage after that before we spend money on housing. You know, what does the community want? Because if we get the community all hopped up on like, oh my God, we're going to get this great housing at the airport, and we can't get there, I think that has wasted a lot of time and money, and I'm not, and a lot of staff energy. So I'm worried about the community members who are, you know, excited, or on the other side, like scared of what might happen. And I think we know now that there is interest in this. So let's do the next phase of, is it feasible? So if that's, I think I'm hearing, you know, possibly that's litigation, Rose. I would want to know, you know, I'm not going to be here, but that, like, somebody should know what is the, you know, case law and precedent on X, Y, and Z scenarios. And I assume that the city council will figure out the next one, what are viable paths, and that there will be a way to communicate to the community like this is or is not viable. And you know, if that ends up being the scenario, I'm sure then in the master plan process, we're looking at, well, how the heck do we mitigate for noise and lead and some of the other things that we've talked about? So, you know, that we get at some of the other issues if it is not feasible to decommission the airport. I don't know if it is or is not, but I don't, I'm very interested in scenario 4 if it's viable. I don't know that it is, so I don't know why we would continue going down that path until we have some clarity on whether that path is open at all. Did that make sense? Natalie, I guess, and Teresa probably are the two most relevant for my, and you know, we're all a little bit speaking coded, but I think that's the best we can do here. So I think we need our answers.
Yeah, I think just, you know, what I understand is we'll try to, as we've kind of said tonight, we'll try to bring back just a little bit more information to be able to help council make that decision in early 2024 about some direction that they want us to continue down. Because,
sorry,
yeah, go ahead.
You go.
No, go ahead.
What I would also just put out one more little caveat wrinkle of, I don't know if early 2024 is actually the best time for that conversation, because you're going to have a brand new council who's going to have to get up to speed on legal memos and backstories and understanding, and we'll have just gone through a whole lot of community engagement probably on this during a campaign. It might be like, we're delivering that for the community, and if you cannot deliver it, and it's going to maybe take a little while. I'm looking more at Teresa for that. Like, there, you may want more of like an April 2024 council rather than January. So I just put that out there. I think that if it, you know, this is going to be a 20-year process. I don't think waiting a couple extra months to really give people time to breathe and center and see what the options are. So anyhow, I didn't mean to cut you off there, Natalie. I was just an extra wrinkle.
No, that's okay. I was just mostly trying to clarify that there's like a certain threshold at which like we can bring back additional information, and then it gets so significant that it really requires just, you know, a work effort that is kind of focused on a certain path, if that makes sense.
Yeah. And I would think the next council is going to, you know, they're probably already have a work plan in place before you get to this. So I don't know what that does, but anyhow, good luck. Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. Mark, Bob, then Aaron.
Yeah, first, Rachel, please stop smiling whenever you mention you're not going to be on council in a couple of months. It's really dispiriting to me. I agree with a lot of what Nicole said. I think we really do need to, at some point, reach out to a broader community that's not engaged. I know there are neighbors that are very engaged, there are pilots that are very engaged, but there is a broad community out there, and I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to bring them into the conversation, because this is possibly the most consequential land use decision we will make over the next 20 years. And we ought to have input from other members of the community. And I agree with Rachel comments about, you know, let's explore the feasibility of option 4 before hurtling too far down the path. But I would suggest that we can certainly afford to retain specialized counsel. There are aviation counsel and councils in Washington, D.C. I'm sure there were councils used by Reed-Hillman Airport in their process who can sit with us, and then this would be litigation strategy perhaps, and clearly not disclosable, but who can advise us as to the possibilities. I have no, I am sure that the odds of the FAA looking at us and saying, that's a great idea to put housing there, go forth and prosper, is approximately zero. Okay, so it's not going to happen. They're going to take a position of opposition, and the issue is, what is our position, and how do we proceed if that's how we wish to proceed? But it would be very helpful to engage some of that specialized expertise to tell us, you haven't got a prayer, which mitigates, the option 4, or says, look, here's the strategy, and this could succeed if you do X, Y, and Z. We need to know that, and I think that's beyond our capabilities here, and I would really urge us to reach out and get that kind of expertise to answer the questions that Rachel has raised. Is it a pipe dream? Is it possible? Not simply to take a response from the FAA that says no, and leave it there unchallenged, unless there's nothing further to be done. But I want to hear that from somebody else, not from us, not from members of this council, because we just don't know. So that would be my suggestion as we go into the next council and go into the next year. Let's clarify where we are and not presume where we are. And I may be wrong, somebody else may be wrong, but let's find out and make decisions based on knowledge, not supposition. Thanks.
Thanks, Mark. Bob, Aaron.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with both Rachel and Mark. Let's go find out. Let's get some expert advice and let's find out. I think I'm doing much more community engagement on this, or at least on scenario 4. Doesn't make a lot of sense, because we could survey people and get their expectations up and then say, oh yeah, well, then we found out we can't really do what we just asked you whether you want us to do. It'd be kind of like surveying people on whether we should go out and build a $280 million broadband network and service an ISP. We just made the decision not to. We could ask the community. I'm going to guess the community probably say, sure, that sounds great. But we, thanks to our staff, we're armed with information to advise us that that was just virtually impossible from a financial standpoint. And so we made the decision. We didn't go out and survey the community. We just made the decision that we can't do that, at least not at this time. And so I think, unfortunately, with the airport question, we don't have that information, as Mark said. And so let's get that information to the best of our ability. I'm a lawyer. Lawyers will always tell you that the answer depends, and on the one hand, the other hand, or it's a gray area and that kind of stuff. But let's get the best information and advice we can. And if our lawyers are telling us it's highly, highly improbable that we could close the airport or close the airport anytime soon, then this council can take that information and make a determination, just as we did 2 hours ago with respect to broadband. Conversely, if they say, no, you got a really great shot at it, you might have to wait 19 years, but you got a great shot at it. Okay, then we might want to do a little community engagement. We then might want Brad's team to do a little investigation as to what the airport could be 19 years from now if we pay our own freight, I guess, for the next 19 years. So let's find out, and before we start asking questions of the community that will set expectations that may be a wrong place. Thanks.
Aaron?
Yeah, I'm just going to echo my colleagues quickly in the need for more information, right? So appreciate all the work that you all have done so far, and we just need to figure out better the chances of whether decommissioning is possible, and if so, what the cost might be, and if there would be litigation involved, and what the pros and cons and the risks and the possibilities are. Because I think we owe it to the community to kind of figure out the feasibility of a different future for the airport, and either keep it on the table or take it off depending on the feasibility level. So anyway, so I look forward to you all coming back next year with that information. I wanted to echo what Rachel said, though. January might be a little tough for the people who've just gotten sworn in to make a decision a month later about the permanent future of the airport. So I understand the time sensitivity of needing to zero in on a future course so that we can start taking whatever that course is. but you might want to give it a couple more months for council, and also might help in terms of gathering more information. Thanks.
Thanks, Aaron. Just want to check in. Are there any comments from Tara or Junie before I sort of offer my comments and then we try to finish this up?
No further comments at this time. Thank you.
Yeah, everything was said that needed to be said, my opinion.
Thank you. I'll close up by saying I think we have a singular next step, and that is talking to the FAA and getting more clarity. Although I do have I'm getting the sensation that we're kind of acting like 5-year-olds trying to get into a bar, and the bar keeps saying no, you can't get in, and we keep saying, well, what about soda? And, no, did you hear me? I said you can't get in, and we keep asking the question we already know the answer to. So I'm a little worried that we're just sort of stuck in a time loop and there's a glitch in the matrix. So I'm okay with that, but it does mean we should stop engagement and hold off until we just get that answer and then let that dictate. And I'll agree with Aaron and Rachel that early 2024 is, I think, an unfair decision to place on a very new council, which will only have maybe 3 business meetings under their belt. And so I think we would definitely want to push that back, but not hold up the ability for John and Natalie and the team to start to figure out what they need to keep the airport safe, and what those core maintenance issues are. I think that's very critical. We wouldn't ask them to do that with streets or bridges, just hold work till we figure out what to do. No, we would want to keep them up because that's a safety thing. So I think we should focus in that direction. Just as we close it up, Natalie, you got everything you need and probably a whole lot more. Awesome. I see you're smiling and nodding. Great. Well, Natalie, Allison, John, thank you so much for presenting, being patient, and doing your work, engaging with community on this issue. And hopefully we'll come back at some point after January, and we'll try to maybe get to a place where we can finish this off. Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Lastly, not that we're short on big stuff tonight, so I'm going to turn it back to our city manager, Nuria Rivera-Vandermeide, to lead into our third and final subject. And if Lauren is listening, I'd encourage her to tune back in. Otherwise, she's going to get a text. But nonetheless, go for it, Nuria.
Thanks. I think actually Councilmember Folkers was going to kick us off in the conversation.
Awesome.
Hello? Councilmember, were you going to kick us off in that conversation, or shall I go straight to Taylor?
Oh, yes, thank you.
Yep.
So I wanted to thank Nicole for bringing up this important topic for discussion tonight and start off with a brief history at why we're looking at minimum wage at the municipal and regional level and the origins of this effort. So as you know, 2019, the state legislature passed the bill that gave us local governments the right to set our own minimum wage. And later that year, the Boulder County Consortium of Cities began discussions on that topic. COVID-19 interrupted those efforts. And since then, we've seen sharp increases in inflation, interest rates, and cost of living in general. While these impacts were partially covered by federal increases in assistance, as those programs sunset, the gaps between wages and costs of living is becoming much more challenging to overcome, and an increasing number of community members are failing to fill those gaps. Everywhere we look, our food banks, financial assistance programs, eviction numbers all tell the same story of rapidly increasing challenges to make ends meet in our community. The Minimum Wage Working Group formed in 2022 to look at this issue collectively, because we recognize that we are not isolated. Changing the minimum wage in any community changes our regional economy. Many people live in different communities from where they work. Businesses, nonprofits, and other organizations operate in multiple communities. And for these reasons and others, we believe a regional approach to considering a minimum wage is best for understanding and meeting the needs of our interdependent economies, while also providing consistency for both employees and employers. Coordinating with a number of independent local government entities has been challenging, and the progress forward has been slow, but we are making progress. Longmont, Louisville, Lafayette, and Erie have all chosen to join with us with an eye towards implementing a minimum wage increase January 1st, 2025. As you all know by now, Boulder County has also decided to move forward with their own engagement and outreach with an eye towards implementation January 1st, 2024. Before we jump into discussing which path we would like to pursue, Taylor is going to share some information about the work that's going on at the regional level and things to consider as we weigh implementing a minimum wage at the end of this year. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Lauren. Good evening, Council. Taylor Ryman, Assistant to City Council. I know it's late. My comments are about 8 minutes long, so if you bear with me, we can dive in shortly. But I wanted to just bring folks to sort of the current update of all of this work since conversations at the consortium started. The City of Boulder has played a primary leadership role in the formation and advancement of working group efforts. Our approach has been very collaborative. It's taken time to build trust and confidence, and that time has created a thoughtful process that has brought many partners to the table. Since the beginning, the primary goal has been advancing the work regionally, and a benefit of this approach is that other communities with less resources can join when they might not have otherwise had the capacity to take this on alone. Boulder County recently made the decision to seek implementation of a 15% raise in the minimum wage by 2024, 1 year sooner than what the working group was planning for. Our decisions when things started from forming last year through the consortium and the decision at the May 25th Boulder Council meeting and our decision tonight have all been driven by capacity realities and the desire for and feasibility of a collaborative approach to minimum wage. As Council considers the decision to join Boulder County in a quicker timeline, I'd like to make you aware of how this could impact ongoing work and the resulting trade-offs in our ability to collaborate more broadly. A few months ago in May, we presented the working group's proposal to this council, and at that time, your direction was to engage the working group in scoping community engagement models and an economic analysis. Since that conversation, those scoping teams have formed and started meeting, and in the meantime, Lauren and I have had a bit of a road show going around to different councils, presenting in Longmont, Louisville, Lafayette, Erie. All 5 of them, including this one, so making 5 altogether, have chosen to join the working group, and feedback has remained consistent. Councils have questions about benefits cliff and what the prevailing wage is, or in other words, what businesses are actually paying, the possibility of business migration, how various industries and business sizes would be impacted differently, and other questions about our regional economic context. These are good questions, and we intend to answer them in planned engagement and economic analysis. But since that work has not yet been done, at this time, answers to these questions would be based on speculation informed by limited local data, studies in other cities, and general schools of thought. While we could embark on a short engagement timeline to advance 2024 implementation, our ability to be robust in that engagement would be limited. This would not be our sort of standard level of engagement. It would really need to focus more so on meeting the engagement requirements mandated by the legislation. In other words, tonight, Council would need to be comfortable making a decision, knowing that we will likely not have answers to these more specific questions about Boulder's local markets and economy. Going back to the ongoing work of scoping teams, the engagement scoping team and economic analysis scoping team include representatives from the 4 communities, as well as ex officio members from chambers of commerce, the Self-Sufficiency Wage Coalition, and nonprofits. So these 2 teams include about 7 or 8 members each. And to give you an idea of the questions and collaborative process we're working through, the economic analysis team is currently outlining discrete research questions and a geographical scope for said analysis. And we know that identifying funding for the unplanned work will take some time, so we're using an RFI process to understand the general cost for this type of analysis. Longmont's been very kind to resource the solicitation for both the RFI and the RFP, An initial draft of the scope of work would be released through the RFI process, which is intended to identify the later budget needs for the RFP. This way, staff can work through identifying funding while also scoping teams are meeting to simultaneously flesh out the scope of work, enabling us to post the RFP as soon as we're ready to implement. On the engagement side of things, that scoping team is working to understand the general engagement practices in each of our cities so that any engagement model created can be implemented respectively and generate comparable data. And we're also being thoughtful about how engagement questions are worded to ensure responses address the questions we've received from our councils. As I mentioned, the city of Boulder has played a key role in leading these teams and defining the processes. When Boulder County chose to depart for a quicker timeline, their staff had to step back from the working group so they could conserve capacity to address a much faster timeline. And while we continue to update the county on working group efforts, they don't play a role. They're not participants in scoping teams. It's likely that if Boulder chose to move forward on a quicker timeline, we would have to also step back from the working group in a similar way. We would need to pause our work with the engagement scoping team at the very least, because the current timeline between engagement scoping and in the regional context and then engagement scoping in this compressed timeline would shake out such that we'd be engaging on implementations for minimum wage in 2024 and 2025 at the same time, but from different groups of different cities. And so between the likely confusing nature of this simultaneous work and staff capacity, our collaboration with the working group engagement team would need to be paused. I've received several questions about the ability for Boulder to lean on Boulder County's engagement plans to help alleviate capacity burdens. And minimum wage ordinance passed by the county would only apply to unincorporated areas and would not impact the incorporated cities and towns like ours. And it would also not impact hourly employees of the county government. And the county is not sure exactly how many employees and employers that their ordinance would impact, but we do know that the city of Boulder has 8,400 employers, of which 90% have fewer than 20 employees and 97% have fewer than 50 employees. It's likely that the county's number would be much smaller than this. So that, and based on our initial review of the plans that the county has, we do not believe their approach would fit our engagement needs, and so we'd need to source the bulk of the work ourselves. Moreover, joining the county might undermine our regional effort as a whole if the city of Boulder departs from 2025 commitments it's made to other cities and local groups. For the other 4 cities in the working group, consistent feedback from staff and council has made it clear that their ability and willingness to participate has been really driven by the opportunity to share the work and undergoing an economic evaluation to inform decision-making. It's unlikely that those other councils would move forward with a decision without that study. And without a strong partner and champion like the city of Boulder, it's uncertain if the regional efforts and those other communities will carry forward with this work at all. Moving forward on a compressed timeline with an initial increase still leaves an outstanding question of a more defined target wage and escalation schedule. This pathway will, of course, require 2 decisions, that being the first 15% raise and then the larger, more defined target and escalation schedule. This will duplicate much of the work needed. It could lose the support and collaboration we've gained from other cities thus far. And additionally, with Boulder and Boulder County moving forward on a quicker timeline, and assuming collaboration is maintained with the other cities with a later implementation, it would take a few years for the wages between those 2 groups to align with each other so that we can continue on a path forward to a new target. In other words, our cities would have different wages for a few years before things really sync up. We defer to council on next steps. Right now, we are continuing to pursue the regional partnerships as directed by this council. And because preference for a regional approach has really been the one truly consistent piece of feedback across all conversations, were council to decide to change course, we would, as mentioned, need to pull back from the existing regional collaborations and focus solely on meeting the minimum requirements on engagement in the statute. And deeper economic analysis would not be possible within this time frame. That wraps up my comments. There's a few other folks on the call that have been supporting this work over the last year, and so we're all here to respond to your questions. Rachel.
All good. Thank you so much, Taylor, and Lauren, for your extensive work on this and really showing how Boulder can lead in this sphere. And I think that's just really critical. So thank you guys for not just doing the work to represent Boulder, but lifting up the work for certainly the consortium and all that. That's a lot of work. So thank you guys and the rest of the staff for doing it. It's important work. So really, really awesome stuff. Thank you guys. We'll go ahead and let Rachel and then Junie ask some questions.
Thanks, Taylor. Thanks for staying up late with us. Just two questions. You mentioned this, but just wanted to clarify it. Are any other of the cities that we're working with looking at fast tracking and getting this done by January 2024, to your knowledge?
No, the Boulder's the only community looking at this right now, and it's understood in the community that sort of Boulder might be the only city with enough support to possibly do a faster implementation. So I checked in with other communities. I checked in with 3 of the 4 city managers. They're not speaking for their councils in any way, but just reflecting on the feedback that we've had during their council presentations. It's unlikely, like I said, that those councils would move forward with something faster absent the analysis piece.
And you think that's true of the 4th city that you didn't get a chance to check in with too? Does that seem likely? I mean, I know it's a guess.
Based on the feedback, yeah.
And then second, I understand that you and maybe others in the city would have to pull back from the collaborative work. What would be the, if any, other impacts on our work plan? Like, if we decide to fast track this, what does that look like for staff and for council's work over the next 2 months?
So I understand that engagement has already made clear that they could make this work. Again, it wouldn't be our sort of platinum level of engagement that we always try to do, but it could be done. And Teresa, I'm not sure if you wanted to speak to the other burden that it's going to really hit is CAO.
Yes, if it's the will of council that we move forward at this time, we will rearrange priorities and make it work. It is certainly not something that we had scheduled on our work plan for this year. It is something that we anticipated having quite a lot more time for. And, frankly, there is only one other ordinance out there. The law is pretty prescriptive. And so, we just don't know quite what a heavy lift it's going to be to draft an ordinance.
Okay.
And the other thing I'd say on that too is this will require, of course, a second decision chunk next year on the more defined target and escalation. And so it would be really unfortunate to get this decision out of the way and for some reason that work not to be carried on and picked up next year. So probably in terms of shifting work plans, I imagine next year this would need to be a priority.
Okay. And in terms of council impact, what are we looking at? Public hearing? What is the? We haven't talked about this happening this year, so I'm just trying to understand what we're looking at, because there's such a very little amount of time left for this council, and I assume to be done for a January 1st implementation. I don't know when we have to have our vote and such, but
really what drives the timeline is the need to give businesses notice of any sort of change. So you'd want to probably not do things in the last meeting of the council term. October, November, probably at the latest. Probably a couple of public hearings would be involved in that so that we would have the ability to communicate the decision out to the community.
Taylor, if I can just ask for more elaboration, right? Like the statute doesn't really require a whole lot. It just says you must confer with stakeholders. So likely some kind of public hearing, which we have to do a first reading, a second reading kind of thing. And if it is this council body that would like to do that, then we would have to get that before the council term. So we would have to do that before probably Thanksgiving.
And then there's a lot of holiday time. Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Rachel. I see Junie and Nicole. Junie and Nicole, go for it.
Thank you. Taylor, I do have one question. Thank you for your presentation. Oh my God, you're amazing for like 8 minutes without any slides. That was pretty awesome. You mentioned joining the county would undermine our regional approach. That's what I hear. And if that's not what you meant to say, please clarify for me. But the county is only 15%. So I just don't understand why it is not seen by, through your research, and even maybe so your colleague Lauren can elaborate, why is it not seen as a stepping stone, whereas we can do the county and then move forward with our own plan? So maybe that could also be a question for our own city attorney, but to me in my head, it feels like a stepping stone, 15%, and then continue on to where we need to get to.
Thanks for the question, Junie. So what I meant by undermining the regional approach is that the city of Boulder, in playing the leadership role that we have with this process, would need to step back from the regional working group. And I'm not sure that there would be any community that would have the resources to step up and really lead that work and make sure that all of the organizations are being coordinated. And there's the confusion with engagement happening on sort of a similar thing, but with different outcomes intended. So that work would need to be paused, and it has taken over a year to get everybody at the table on these scoping teams. And so just the feasibility of that being able to be picked right back up in January 2024. Who knows what happens in the next few months, fire, flood, pandemics, and things like that. Of course, we're making sort of a lot of speculation here, but the benefit of joining this and really what's made people come to the table is sharing the work and doing the study. And so if we were to move forward with something faster, I'm not entirely sure that those two pieces of collaboration would be enough glue to keep everything stuck together.
Thank you for that. I do have a follow-up, if that's okay. My understanding as of today, the county has not had its first public hearing concerning this issue. Is that?
I understand they haven't formally launched engagement yet. We've seen a draft survey that I know you've responded to and given feedback on.
Thank you for that. That's all my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Junie. Nicole, then Tara, then Mark.
Thank you. And first of all, Lauren and Taylor, I just want to say thank you. This has been so much work over so much time, getting everybody wrangled and together. And I just want to acknowledge that and appreciate it. One of the questions I had is, if we think about the workforce in the city of Boulder, if we think about the workforce in unincorporated Boulder County, what percentage of the workforce in the entire county are we talking about with those two involved?
So I asked this question earlier today to the county just to see how many employees and employers they have. They didn't have estimates at this time. I mean, we can assume a much smaller fraction than a lot of other cities. Most of the workforce centers are in the incorporated parts of the county. So we're talking pretty small compared to us.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. So if you think about the entire county, incorporated and unincorporated, like Boulder County, right? So Boulder, Lafayette, Louisville, Longmont, all the places together, plus the unincorporated, we've got a pool of workers. And I guess what I'm wondering is what percentage of those workers are we talking about if we have unincorporated Boulder County and the city of Boulder in that mix?
Thanks for clarifying. I think the answer would be the same in that we don't have those numbers, but probably a very small percent.
Approximately, if I can just jump in for a second, approximately a third of jobs are in the city of Boulder that are within Boulder County. Mm-hmm. And then another third are in Longmont. Mm-hmm. And the remaining third are all of the other cities in Boulder County and unincorporated Boulder County.
Okay. All right. So somewhere between a third and 2/3, but probably closer to a third than to 2/3. Okay. Thank you. And then Taylor, one of the things that I heard you mentioning is that if we were to try to move forward with something sooner, we wouldn't necessarily do any kind of we wouldn't have an escalation factor in there. Did I interpret that correctly? And is that what the county is moving forward with as well? Because I was thinking they were going to have a wage escalator in the mix.
Last I talked to the county, their plan is to do just this initial 15 and then try to better define a target and an escalation next year. Seeing their draft survey, I wonder if those plans have changed. There is also possibly some concerns about trying to back into the escalation next year. And I noticed Teresa just went off camera, but if she wanted to speak to that, I'd invite that.
I'm terribly sorry. I was distracted just for a moment. Could you repeat that, Taylor?
Nicole, do you want to repeat your question?
Yeah, my question was, I'm just trying to understand if we were to try to move forward with something January 1st, 2024, some sort of increase for that start date. What I heard Taylor say is that we may not take into account any kind of escalation factor in that, like the state minimum wage has, like Denver has. And I guess I'm just wondering, is that what the county's doing? Are they taking into account an escalator? And yeah, and if so, would we be kind of moving with them on that?
Yeah, I'm afraid I can't speak to what the county is doing. I look to Lauren and Taylor for that. If the question is, do we have to do an escalator now, or could we do it later? The statute is ambiguous as to this. And so the more conservative approach would be to determine the final number and plan accordingly. Certainly if the council has a tolerance for more risk than that, we could adopt something now and then amend.
Okay, so it sounds like we could go either way. And we're not totally sure what the county is doing. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Appreciate that. I'm sorry, my internet has started to get choppy. Irony given our earlier discussion. But there we have it. Maybe it's why we're moving the direction we are, but I digress. Tara, then Mark.
Okay, Taylor, that was an incredible presentation. And it went so fast that I missed a few things. So if you can go back to your facts about the county, can you are you saying that who exactly is going to get this minimum wage increase in the county? Did you say it was just not hourly work? Who exactly was it not? Does that make sense?
A minimum wage ordinance passed by the county would cover anybody in the unincorporated parts of the county, so not our incorporated cities and towns. And the legislation doesn't allow any exemptions for small businesses or anything like that. It's, as Teresa said, pretty prescriptive. So anybody in unincorporated areas.
Mm-hmm. And you talked about something about hourly wages or how many people this impacts. Who exactly does it? Yeah, do you remember that part of your presentation?
I was clarifying that it would not impact hourly workers of the Boulder County government system since they're located in the city of Boulder.
Well, they're not taking a very big chance, are they then? Well, how many people does it impact? Okay, that was a rhetorical question. Unless you know. All right, my next question is, actually, do you know how many people it actually impacts?
In Boulder County?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. The next question is you had a really good phrase, something about 90% less than 20 employees. Can you repeat that one more time? It went so fast.
Yeah, our latest estimates are in the city of Boulder. We have about 8,400 businesses, and of those businesses, 90% of them have less than 20 employees, and 97% of them have less than 50 employees, just to illustrate sort of the amount of small businesses that we do have in the city and sort of the engagement lift that this would take and the various impacts that this would have.
Okay, 90% is a lot. Okay, I have one more question. And for this question, I'm just going to read I've been confused because I missed the May meeting. I wasn't there, and apparently this was a very important meeting because this one person just wrote to us. He's a restaurant owner, and he says, I am writing today to urge the City Council to honor its commitment to a year-long stakeholder process before enacting an increase in the minimum wage. Did we make this commitment in May to the people?
We briefly talked about the differences in the timeline. 2024 was discussed, but we prioritized at that time working together rather than working fast. And we knew that doing something regionally would take longer. And so the direction from that meeting was to do the collaboration approach with the longer timeline.
Great. So we said 2025 in May, and now it's almost September, and we're saying 2024. I was initially going to push for this 2024, but now I'm very concerned about this particular fact because I feel like we have these commitment. I didn't know about this commitment, but apparently we had this commitment. And so I'm just confirming we did indeed tell people 2025 in May.
We did.
All right, that's all my questions.
Thank you, Tara. Let's see, Mark, then Bob.
I only have one question, but I want to preface it by saying, Lauren and Taylor, I want to thank you for what I think is an extraordinary amount of work that you've put in on this issue, which is a lot more complicated, I think, than most people recognize. And you have done this community a great service in what you have been doing. My only question is really one of context, because I'm a little confused. How long was did the county work with us on a cooperative basis before they had an epiphany and decided to jump ship?
The county has been working with us from the get-go. We started around April of last year, and it hasn't been up until a month ago about that we received word that they would change direction. It wasn't until August 14th, I believe, though, that the press release went out and sort of made the announcement more broadly.
And what happened? They just saw the light on the road to Damascus and said, we need to change everything that we're doing and abandon all of our cooperative relationships. And, so sorry, guys, that's the way it is. I mean, is that what happened, or is there a context I'm missing?
There is, there are strong voices in the community that are urging for something to happen sooner. These have been backed up sort of by the prescriptive nature of the legislation, and it sort of laying out a lot of decision points that we wouldn't otherwise have to make. And so that perhaps making it less of a lift. There are still pieces of the legislation that we need to meet in order to pass this. And I believe the county is responding to the urgency of the requests from some of in the community. And I don't know if Lauren wants to speak to that.
Yeah, I would just also add that, May, when we presented in May, Boulder was the first city council that we presented to. And so it's only been sort of more recently that the timeline has been being presented to different councils and that those discussions have been happening. And so I think as those conversations started happening, the county just felt like that timeline wasn't aligned with what they wanted to see and what they were hoping for in terms of the direction that the cities would go.
Okay, and before we get to our comments and preferences, is it the view of both of you that we ought to continue in the cooperative relationship and do this thing on the timeline originally envisioned? What is your recommendation?
I'm happy to jump in for staff, so I don't put Taylor on the hook. But I'll say for staff, certainly we defer to council on how you want to move forward. It will be it will be less of, we will have less engagement. We will have to, I think we do have a risk in those partnerships that we have created amongst those other cities. And we will have to do some explaining to some of the partners that we have done engagement in terms of a new council direction as we move forward. So I believe that it is staff's precedent in terms of being able to do engagement fully to pursue and to continue to pursue the original direction. But I will also say that we defer to you all as policymakers, and we will move forward and adjust our schedules. On this instance, this is a different instance where it doesn't involve a department like housing or PNDS, and we're not having that kind of trade-off conversation here. We're having a trade-off conversation about the depth of engagement and how we can move forward or not.
And Lauren, may I inquire as to your recommendation? You've done
Yes, yeah, I've struggled with this one a lot. I think that there, you know, as Taylor mentioned and as Nuria mentioned, there are really difficult trade-offs here. You know, we also are seeing dramatic need in our community. I think it's worth trying to pursue the faster option while also trying to keeping staffing the longer term regional effort to the extent that we're able.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. I appreciate that. Bob, you're up.
Just a couple questions on the decision we made, or direction we provided before. Was that in April or May? I was trying to look that up, trying to figure that out. Was that I've heard May and April. Which one was?
May 25th.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We kind of took a poll of ourselves, and I think that the majority or the consensus was 2025 for the change. And so I'm trying to understand. I know that there's voices in the community. There's been voices in the community on both sides of this for as long as I've been on council. So that's kind of an ongoing thing. But other than the county's change of heart that was announced last week, has there been any change that's happened, any external change that's happened between when we made our decision on May 25th and now it's August 24th, so 3 months later? We're halfway to the end of the year from there. Has there been any new things that have happened? I know that you guys have been making the rounds with the cities, and the cities sound like they're all saying 1/1/25. So that hasn't changed. If anything, it's reinforced our May decision. So has there been any other than the county's kind of change of heart that they announced last week? Has there been any external factor that we're not hearing about or not thinking about that would cause us to make a different decision now at the end of August than we made at the end of May?
The only thing I can think of is that Edgewater also has passed a new minimum wage. And the reason I say this is just because there is a 10% cap that the legislation outlines. Only 10% of municipality or groups across the state can raise the minimum wage past the state. And then it caps. And so the Edgewater joining and pursuing it, of course, there's conversations across Boulder County. Fort Collins had tried to do something and it failed. And I wouldn't say that this is an imminent threat in any way, shape, or form, but it is just something to be mindful of.
Taylor, can I colloquy on that? Or Bob, may I colloquy?
Well, can I ask a couple questions on it first, just so I make sure I understand what Taylor just said, and then jump in? But 10% of what is this? 10% of the state population, or 10% of the number of cities, or what's the 10% of?
10% of municipalities.
Of the municipalities, and how many municipalities are there in Colorado?
I don't know the answer to that question. However, the legislation also says if you come together in an IGA, so all of the municipalities in that IGA would only count as one in that calculation, which is also a big reason why the collaborative approach made this more advantageous.
Is it fair to assume there's more than 100 municipalities in Colorado?
272.
272. Okay, so 10% of 272 is 27, and Edgewater is 1. So that probably doesn't put a whole lot of pressure on us. Is that right? Okay. It sounds like there's no one else in Colorado about to go now. So it sounds like there's 26 people ahead of us in line that are going to do something next week. Okay, so other than Edgewater, which is down, I think down near Denver, right? But I don't know where Edgewater is. Some suburb.
There lives there. Yes, it's right next to it. It's right. It's where Sloan Lake is, near Denver.
Anyway, it's a long ways away. So
can I qualify though? Because I think maybe this is a moot.
Okay.
So my question, the way I read something that came out from the state was that if a county went first, all the cities within that county got swept up and counted as one of, counted as the same one. So do you know, Taylor, if Boulder County does it, even if we don't do it simultaneously, we still count as one with them?
Even absent an IGA, if we.
That was my reading of the statute or an update from the state. So just wondering if you or Lauren had looked into that. So that point may be moot, but I'm not 100%.
My only knowledge is through an IGA, but it could be that the legislation's interpreted that a county passing would act as an umbrella of sorts. I'd like to look to Teresa on that.
They have the statute up if you'd like me to read the few sentences, Rachel.
Sure.
I don't know if it matters, but it says, for purposes of determining whether 10% of local governments in the state have enacted a local minimum wage law, when a county enacts a local minimum wage law, if a local minimum wage law is enacted by any local government located within that county, only the county's minimum wage law counts towards the calculation of the 10%.
So I think it's a moot.
Yeah.
Cool, thanks.
Did you just want a colloquy there, Rachel? Was that your only piece there?
I think it was.
Nice. Oh, with the lawyer move. I like that.
I don't know that Bob was done. I just wanted to colloquy on that one point. I didn't mean to stop the whole.
I was done. You guys answered the question. It sounds like other than Edgewater acting, which is maybe 1/27th of the statewide limit, there has been no external factors in the last 3 months since we made our decision to cause us to make our decision.
All right. Any other questions before we move to comments and ultimately offering direction for staff? Any other questions? All right. Let's transition to comments. And of course, if mindful of time, it's 10:20. We can keep comments brief, but ultimately kind of provide some clarity. Love to see a majority will if we have to straw poll at the end, because it looks like it might be pretty binary here. But let's start with comments, and if we sense that there's maybe some ambiguity on direction, maybe we'll straw poll to really sort of give that concrete direction. So have at comments and offer some direction. Lauren.
Thanks. So as I mentioned earlier, I did struggle with this, but I will support moving forward with a faster timeline because I know how much our community members need this. But as I said, I also have significant concerns. I'm concerned about potentially undermining this work that I and others have put into this larger regional effort. I have concerns with how difficult it may be for a number of our businesses to deal with changes in such a short time frame, an erosion of trust. I know how long it took to convene this working group, and the burden that the county leaving that group has placed on the remaining members. But and Boulder pausing is likely to cause more instability. But I just feel like we have to make the best decision with the information we have. I hear representatives that work every day with people in our community struggling to make ends meet, and they're pushing for immediate action and saying that that is a higher priority to them than this regional effort. And so I feel like I have to take them at their word, but also hold out hope that we can do both efforts, that we can continue moving forward with the regional effort, and that our partners in the business community and other municipalities will continue to engage with us on this topic.
Thank you, Lauren. I see Rachel and Nicole.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks, Lauren. Like Lauren, this has been a tough one for me. I wrote down a couple of things. There's a saying in Al-Anon, say what you mean and mean what you say. We just said like 88 days ago that we were going to do January 2025. And as far as I can tell, I think it was maybe only Aaron said, let's try and do it in 2024. And so, I was very cognizant at that time of the difficulty of making minimum wage in Boulder. We were assured that very few or no employers at that time were actually paying minimum wage, that the actual going rate is at what we're looking to make it right now. I don't think there's been anything that changed in that time. You know, I think we all knew that certain programs were going to be ending, and you know, it's really hard to get by in Boulder, and I don't think any of us are dismissing that. And yet we committed to everyone less than 3 months ago to follow this path. Taylor said a couple of things that stood out. One is we will not have an economic analysis, and we will be going based on speculation. And as a very data-driven council, that's why I voted for 2025 in the first place. Like, I wasn't willing to not know the answer to some questions I asked about how it would ripple effect onto employers that are subject to Medicare and Medicaid reimbursement rates, and would they be able to staff based on those federal dollars that aren't going to come in at the right rate next year. You know, small, razor thin margin nonprofits, things like that serve some very vulnerable populations. And again, as I said then, like, the last time I was involved with a minimum wage hike, I was in Michigan, and doing a job where we were staffing group homes where it was really hard, unforgiving work with a lot of body fluids and injuries and things to staff, and it's hard to get people to work those difficult jobs, and you have to stay a bit above minimum wage. And if you raise minimum wage without building in time for them to raise it $2 above minimum wage, you're not going to have people who are willing to do the literal dirty work in our county. So that's, without an economic analysis and the answer to my questions, I find this very troubling that we, with a couple months notice to employers, would change course and not say what we meant and meant what we said. It feels a little bit hypocritical of us, to be honest. I was at a thing this week where I was saying that we might do this, and somebody said, well, what about Taylor? It was somebody from one of the other cities. Like, is she still going to help us? And, you know, whatever we say, I think the answer is probably no. I don't think that we're loaning Taylor out, who's getting a second job within the city, to help these other cities to do it. So I think if we're pulling the lifeline here, like, we need to know that there's a good chance that Lafayette, Longmont, Louisville, and Erie have been abandoned for the minimum wage efforts. And I know that my job is this city, but I think as a region, we also want everyone to thrive, and the people in those cities not making minimum wage and us getting out of step. And I don't think that we're going to somehow round back and say, well, next year we're not going to raise it because we want to wait for these other cities to pick up. Like, we're going to get the same pressure next year, or you all will, that we got this year. Like, we need more money right now, and so raise it. We're just going to be out of step. The whole point of a regional effort is dead to me if we do this. So it's fine if that didn't matter. I was told for 4 years it was really critical and mattered. So it is confusing to me. I don't think that anything will be different in a year. You know, part of the problem was in May, we were like, there's just not enough time to do this by January 1st. It sucks, but there's not enough time. We should have done faster in 2022 and early 2023, but here we are, we can't do it in time. I don't understand how 3 months closer to January is better for that. So, you know, there's less time. And, you know, I think we are really going to be leaving at least some employers in a really tough spot. We already knew that the struggle is real for people. So if we were going to do this, May 25th was the time. This just feels ill thought out and unresponsive as leaders of a regional effort, as well as of our city. Thanks. So I'm unfortunately not supportive of 2024. I'll be looking for January 2025.
Thank you, Rachel. Nicole, Aaron, then Tara.
Thank you. I'm just gonna echo everybody's comments. This is really hard. This is a really, really hard place to be looking at these longer term trade-offs, potential longer term trade-offs with shorter term benefits to people. I know that we are closer now to the implementation date, but I think that's also given us a little bit more time to see just how dire the situation is for people in our community. And you know, initially we were not sure if, for example, the numbers that EFA was seeing, which were completely unprecedented earlier this year and double anything that they had ever seen in terms of individuals going to their food bank, we didn't know if that was going to continue. You know, we thought, well, maybe it's just because of the end of some of the federal benefits from December 31st, 2022, but it has continued. They're still seeing over 600 people a week in their food bank. And it feels like every month that we're waiting is just pushing that difficulty that we're putting on people's lives even farther into the future. We're just making it more difficult longer. The county is a key regional partner. Even if they don't have a huge workforce in unincorporated Boulder County, they're still a key regional partner of ours. And that they decided to lead with a faster implementation, in my view, this does change the landscape of a regional effort. With every year, every month that we delay, we're paying a pretty big cost in what we pay to the people who need food assistance, the people who need help paying their energy bills, the people who need rental assistance, and the people who end up living on our streets because they can no longer afford their rent. Some of the folks from EFA did a little survey of their users and some of the clients, and some of the things that they said were an increased minimum wage alone won't fix the income unequal that plagues Boulder, but as part of a comprehensive strategy, it's very important. I'd like council to understand that nowhere in Boulder County can someone working a minimum wage job for a single person to afford a studio apartment. Life has gotten really hard. A higher wage will help feed our family and keep our homes warm. A living wage is a matter of survival. This town has a lot of vocal hate for the unhoused, but it's almost impossible to climb out of poverty. Prices for food and housing are never going down again, so we need wages to go up. I think we really need to work together here with the county and the region on wages and what people are being paid. It's a both and situation. So I'm kind of feeling similarly as Lauren. While I would love to spend time to work more on a regional wage and keep going with those partnerships, and I hope we can, people are telling us that they need this right now, even knowing that the consequences may be that the regional effort falls apart. Nonprofits are telling us that we need this, even as they themselves may be impacted by higher wages. And they're telling us that the most impacted people are the most marginalized. So I would like to see us move forward with the county with a 15% increase on January 1st, 2024, and then work with the county on a wage escalator. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Appreciate that. Aaron, Tara, then Mark.
Yeah, so I'm finding myself in a similar place as Lauren. Lauren, I thought you articulated well the potential benefit of moving forward, while also being concerned about some of the trade-offs. It makes it a difficult choice, but I'm going to be consistent here because I was the person earlier this year who said this year still has an opportunity for us to move forward, and the participation of the county means that we could still do something as part of a regional effort, because I've always valued the regional approach throughout this. And so we have two regional choices, the county now, or potentially other cities next year. But I do say that the advocacy from EFA and other folks representing lower income workers and younger workers has been persuasive to me about the possibility of moving forward sooner rather than later. So would want to defer decisions about what a final number is or an escalator or anything like that to next year, when we can do the full engagement. And because the economic analysis is going to be really important to that, the detailed outreach, the year-long plan to make those larger decisions. But doing a smaller increase now seems doable to me. So thanks for the consideration.
Thank you, Aaron. Appreciate that. Tara, then Mark.
Okay, I came into this meeting actually not sure I was going to vote. I kept going back and forth. I think listening to last council meeting, the amount of people that are struggling and also students was just intense. Also, I came into this meeting not knowing, because I wasn't at that meeting, that we actually said in May that we were not going to do this until 2025. So I don't see how this is a good idea to all of a sudden change. Like, I should have known that, but since I wasn't at that meeting, I'm not, taking blame off of me for not knowing that. But now that I do, I don't see how we can change to 2025 2024, even with the way things are. I'm just going to read you 2 emails, like Nicole did. I'm going to read and the problem is we all can see both sides here, and it's hard for all of us. So this person who owns a restaurant says, like I said, I'm writing today to urge the City Council to honor its commitment to a year-long stakeholder process before enacting an increase in the minimum wage. We are paying far more than the minimum wage because we pool tips with the entire team. My entry-level employees make $20 to $25 per hour after tips. I would like to have my voice heard on an exemption for tipped workers. We are struggling with very high food prices and property, city, state, federal taxes. And I think why that is important is because these are people who employ people who we need to keep our restaurants healthy. They're struggling a lot because they employ a lot of lower income workers. There's a part of me that's worried that if they close, it'll have the opposite effect. I'm not sure it will, but it might. But also we promised, and I also promised to some people that I would do whatever Lauren said, but actually Lauren's been struggling too. And we've all been struggling. But in this case, at this last minute, I said, I don't know how we can promise something and unpromise it. I will say that there are 2 sides to everything, right? And there is this nonprofit that wrote to somebody and said, if you change the minimum wage, the problem is my budgets are already set for this year. And if you change it, already set for 2024, and my grants are already established for 2024. And if you change it now, I'm going to have to let some people go because I can't do this. That's how close her margins are, and that's how close some of the restaurants' margins are. And I'm only saying this not to change people's minds, honestly. It was because this was my struggle. It's like Taylor's extremely, I thought, emotional plea was that she worked so hard and Lauren worked so hard. And if we lose Longmont, if we lose these cities now because we did this, that would be a terrible thing. And it's true that it's a maybe and a maybe and maybe and maybe it won't. But there's too many reasons right now, after not even being able to make up my mind till just now, just like a half hour ago, for us not to wait till 2025. For me, between Taylor's speech and these restaurants and the nonprofits that have their grants already in order and will have to let people go, I think it's a big enough reason to just wait one more year till January 2025. And that's what I think.
Thank you, Tara. Mark, then Bob.
I'm going to agree with Tara and Rachel on this. Having gone to such lengths, or having Taylor gone and Lauren having gone to such lengths to create this regional cooperative structure, to simply abandon it is going to have some very far-reaching consequences. Other cities are never going to trust us again. Having been a leader of putting this coalition together and then simply abandoning it, why would any of these cities ever trust us to be steadfast in our approach anytime going forward? Listen, everybody on this council is desirous of seeing wages go up and minimum wages increased. There's nobody here who's against that, but to do the economic analysis, to understand exactly what it is we're doing, to bring other cities along with us in doing that, is something of great value. And to simply say, we're out. Longmont, sorry. Loveland, sorry. We don't have any more time for you. It is, to me, a strategic mistake. We are leaders here, and leaders have to have a little bit of consistency in how they approach things. And just a few months ago, this was our program. Now, 3 months later, we have a new program. And I don't think that makes a whole lot of sense. So I'm going to agree with both Tara and Rachel and not go with the 2024 increase for those reasons. Thank you.
Bob, and then we'll need to hear from Junie.
Yeah, so I'm going to make it 4. I'm going to agree with Rachel and Tara and Mark for all the reasons they've said. You know, maybe Aaron was right back on May 25th when he was the sole person on council that thought we should do it in 2024. But that's not the way we voted, and so here we are 3 months later, and I just haven't heard any change in circumstances that would cause us to suddenly 3 months into a 7 months remaining in the year to change and now have to do it in a very, very rushed fashion. I worry about staff's time. I worry about our time. We only have a few more council meetings left on this council, and if we decide to do this, we're going to have to jettison some of the things that you all, I think, want to get done by November. I don't know which those things are going to be. I guess CAC would have to decide that on Monday morning. You know, I think it was telling to hear that we have 8,400 businesses, 90% of which have fewer than, 20 employees. And these are nonprofits. These are small businesses. These are minority-owned businesses. We heard from several dozen of them today, terrified that we might actually do this. And we've heard from the Chamber of Commerce. We've heard from the Latino Chamber of Commerce. Everybody we've heard from that actually employs folks has said, oh my God, you told us 3 months ago that it was going to be 1/1/25 and we were fine with that. And now suddenly 3 months down the road and only 4 months before the end of the year, you're telling us you might do something different. And the only thing that's changed in the last 3 months is 2 or 3 county commissioners changed their mind last week. Last week, 2 or 3, either 2 or 3, it depends on who you talk to, 2 or 3 of our 3 county commissioners decided to do something different. And we would we would blow up the regional approach. We'd alienate our sister cities that we've been working so hard with over the last year. We would do significant damage to many of those 8,400 businesses. And we don't even know how many employees we'd be helping here, because we haven't done the economic analysis, the very thing we said in May that we need to do before we make a change. We don't know if it's 1,000 employees, 100 employees, or 10 employees. We have no idea how many people we're helping here. I don't doubt that people need help, and I think we're all in favor of increasing the minimum wage, but we simply haven't done it. And so we don't know who we're impacting positively, who we're impacting negatively. It's just ready, shoot, aim. And maybe if we had started this in May, and if we could get the other cities on board back then, maybe that was achievable by 1/1/24. But it's just too late, folks. I mean, it's just we're jamming this. We're jamming this, and we're going to get it wrong, and we're going to piss people off, and it's just not the right way to govern. So I am not going to be in support of this. I want to stick with the decision we made 3 months ago. I think it was a correct decision, and quite frankly, it's too late to change.
Thank you, Bob. Junie.
Yes, you did say that you need to hear from me, so here I am. This has been a very tough conversation, and I was the council member who led that meeting, and I did hear the echo that, you know, council did want to wait until 2025, but as of today, we've received a lot more new information. We've heard from Taylor, and we've also heard from Lauren, who's been spearheading this particular project. And based on what I hear from her today, which is, hey, I'm willing to support the 15% as I push forward to increasing our minimum wage and doing the regional approach. And because of that, I'm willing to support where she's heading. I'm willing to follow the county. But of course, there are concerns. And the thing is, I do feel that this is a little bit of a hypothetical conversation we've been having for the past hour or hour and a half, because the county has not done its public hearing on this particular project. So we don't know for sure 100% this is going to go through. That's my understanding as of right now. But ultimately, I will support it But I would ask Nicole, Lauren, to continue to push to get us to join the regional approach in getting the work done. And because I really believe, honestly, as I was thinking through this, a bird in the hand is much better than a bird in the bush. And it's that simple for me. We need to increase minimum wage or wages in the city and in the county. And following the county actually might provide us some best practices as you're doing the work, Lauren. So ultimately, I will support it today. And I really hope that you will continue to pursue increasing our wages, because again, I think for all the reasons that Nicole mentioned earlier. Thank you.
Thanks, Junie. I see Tara's hand up.
Sorry, I forgot to say one thing. I just want to say I have a slight bit of aggravation with the county, even though I love the commissioners dearly. They're not taking any chance because they're not even talking about their own workers in unincorporated Boulder County. So it's not like they're taking a risk with community engagement, but we're taking the big risk. And that's why I'm bothered by it. It's like, it's easy to say if you have how many workers in unincorporated Boulder County to say, oh, we're going to forge ahead and do it. But it's a lot harder for us to do something like that when we have not done the community engagement and let the people speak who are the employers. And gosh, it pains me so much because people are really suffering. But I have to say that the argument that the county is doing it, they're really not. Unincorporated Boulder County is doing it. And that is a really small part of Boulder County. So that's what I forgot to say. Sorry, I hope I wasn't too impassioned.
No, you weren't, Tara. We appreciate that. I'll try to close this out. I mean, there's certain inalienable truths about what's going on here, right? I mean, there's folks that are indeed suffering, absolutely have needs, and these are the things we see. We see the impact that EFA is seeing on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. We see those impacts. We also see the fact that we have to follow the data that we've committed ourselves to following in order to make sound decisions. And I struggle with being fickle about when we hold ourselves to those truths of we are making data-driven decisions to when we are not, or we are willing to put aside information or not have it at all. I struggle with the consistency factor with that. There is no doubt this council is going to act in 2025. If the consortium doesn't have their act together and other folks are dragging their feet or dropping off, we're going to act. We will have what we need to make our best decision for ourselves. And I'm committed to that. It sounds like all the rest of the 8 folks here are willing to do that. And I sure hope the candidates running for council are willing to do that. So I think that there's an absolute need for us to show good leadership and good governance, and pulling the ripcord with 3 months to make a decision to make that impact when we don't know really who's going to be impacted. It's not good governance. It's poor leadership. And I think those statements earlier about our reputation is absolutely key. I mean, we already carry a reputation that is not that pleasant by other cities in the community. I sit on the CML policy committee and I hear it all the time. There's a righteousness that gets seen about us. We just do what we do in spite of others. All we would do is feed that narrative. So the next time we go to sit at a table or we want to collaborate on something as important or bigger, we've just made it harder for ourselves to have our voice heard. And I think that that's something that we have to pay forward for future councils so that when they're at that table, their voice will be heard because we've made good leadership and good governance decisions on really critical issues where we say we're going to collaborate and we follow through with that. We can't fall into do as we say, not as we do. That's just I don't think that flies. So I'm going to look to stay the course because it's the right thing to do. But to those that are committed to wanting to see minimum wage, we will get that done, and we will chart the right course to get that done, and we will be helping our community along the way. So I hope that sort of adds some clarity for staff. I hope staff knows it. I just took a tally. It looks like, it was pretty clear. There's no need for a straw poll, but it looks like, it was a 5-4 to stay the course. So hopefully that gives staff clear direction on how to head. As we close up, I want to maybe offer any final clarity. Taylor, Lauren, do you guys have what you need to move forward before we close out? So I just want to check in with that real quick.
Thanks for the opportunity, Matt. Councilmember Benjamin, I do have what I need to move forward, and I wanted to give a shout out to Lauren just for being so awesome. She's a really fantastic person to work with, and she's been a really great leader of this project, and you had a lot to weigh tonight, so thank you for the thoughtful discussion. And also, I'm not going to be your assistant to council in like 2 days, but
But Taylor, I'll say this, kudos to you as well. You have done a lot to move this consortium forward. The cities have shared that on how you have been critical in this endeavor. And, we're just so proud that you have represented us so well throughout the consortium of cities work. And I just want to assure you and assure council and community, we will continue this effort. We are invested. We want to move forward on minimum wage. We want to support our community, and we will continue this effort with our partners as we continue to move forward, and know that we are committed as well.
Thank you for that, Nuria. And last bit of shout out. I know we're going to lose you to being our assistant. You've done an admirable job, Taylor. But we won't not see you because you'll be over in climate initiatives. But what a great send off in many ways, because you helped walk us through and lead us through a tremendously important and monumental project. And so couldn't think of a better way for us to spend time with you sort of delivering and showing great leadership on an important issue like this. So thank you so much, Taylor. I see 2 hands up for some final thoughts and comments. I see Aaron and Mark.
I just have to add to the thanks for Taylor. Taylor, you've worked incredibly hard on this and done a phenomenal job, and then gave a wonderful, succinct, perfect presentation tonight. And thanks for sticking with us for yet another late night. And just deeply appreciative that all you've done in this role with minimum wage, and then as the council assistant. Just super, super grateful.
Mark?
Yeah, Taylor, it's been a long time since you were merely an assistant to the council. You have become a policymaker and a major player in this, and I greatly appreciate all the work that you've done, and I look forward to the work that you're going to be doing going forward. So thank you again.
Thanks, guys.
Lauren, Junie.
Yeah, I can't let everyone else get away with congratulating Taylor without me getting some words in there. We definitely wouldn't be where we're at with this work without the tremendous amount of effort and help that you've put into it. And yeah, I look forward to seeing what you do with climate initiatives and to continue to work together. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Lauren. Oh, God.
All right. The gushing continues. Junie. Tara.
I think adding to the gushing is not going to hurt Taylor. So I just want to say we've worked together for almost 4 years now, and it has been a pleasure and honor to serve with you because you serve with us, actually. I appreciate your work that you've done, and I look forward to seeing you grow in your new field, and I wish you the best, and I'm still here. Yeah, just reach out anytime, and I'll certainly will reach out to you because I'm definitely going to need help when I'm doing environmental legislation. So I look forward to engaging you in a different capacity. Thank you, Taylor.
Awesome. Thank you, Jenny.
All right, Tara, Rachel, and Bob.
First of all, you're so smart, and I learned so much from you, especially all about the First Amendment. Remember that, Taylor?
Yeah.
But I want to say it pained me to ask you for business cards. I'm like, Taylor is so smart, and I'm asking her to get me business cards. It's embarrassing. So I'm very excited. Sorry, I'm tired too. I'm very excited though, because climate initiatives is really the future, and you're the future. And so I know it's not goodbye, you know, it's going to be collaboration in just a new and better level, you know, so.
All right, Rachel, then Bob, then Nicole.
Real quick, gonna add that, I mean, I guess it has turned into goodbye, Taylor, even though you're not going. So I wanted to participate and say that this is not Taylor's first rodeo. Like tonight is minimum wage, but I think of her first rodeo in terms of regional leadership as the gun violence prevention regional initiative. And I don't think we would have that either. And have had success with a lot of cities participating. They needed Boulder's leadership, and that meant Taylor in that capacity as well. So thank you. You've done great things for our city in this current role.
Thanks, Rachel.
Bob, Nicole?
I'll just say 2 words: Cindy Carlisle. The council member Cindy Carlisle several years ago who insisted that council needed an assistant. And we were all kind of skeptical about that. And the former city manager said, well, I guess we'll give it a try. And Taylor has proven her worth, and she's proven Cindy Carlisle right. We did need an assistant, and you've been more than an assistant. You've been our friend. You've been like a 10th member of council, and we are going to seriously miss you. Our loss, however, is Jonathan Cohen's gain. Damn him. And we look forward to many, many great presentations just like tonight from you on behalf of the climate team. So thank you for growing with the city, and we need you now more than ever. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
All right, Nicole, finish it off.
I'm going to show my thanks, Taylor, by giving you an extra minute of sleep. I just want to say thank you and congratulations.
Thank you guys so much. I'm like gonna go cry and drink a beer now. I'm gonna have more words to say to each of you later. It's been a lot of emotions. This was my first step into first job out of school, and then really stepped into my career. And this has really set the tone for how I'm going to lead myself as a professional for really the rest of my career. So thank you for all being sort of comrades in that. And I'll let you all get to sleep now, but I guess Matt, take it away and close out.
Thank you. But forget, it's not just leading yourself. You'll be leading others along the way too. All right. Well, 10:55. We got through a lot tonight. We're going to close out this meeting. Thank you all. Have a wonderful night, and we will see you. No meeting next week, so we all get a little bit of a respite. We'll catch up on the first week of September. Enjoy a Thursday off. Good night. See you later.